Chapter 5: A One-Third Ordeal Rewards. As Jake waited patiently for the results of his ordeal in utter darkness, he had a sudden surge of hope when the Oracle system interface popped up in his face, but he soon regretted it. Participant: Jake Wilderth, Earthling. Assessment of injuries in progress. Assessment complete. Serious injuries have been detected and treatment will begin imminently. The cost of treatment will be deducted from your ordeal credits, and if not sufficient, from your ether points. Keep in mind that the care performed in the red cube post-ordeal is 100 times cheaper than in a green cube outside. Will you accept the care? What could Jake respond to that, frankly? He was down to one head. His soul had suffered badly after all his suicidal spirit attacks, not to mention the fact that his Murtharian bloodline was at its lowest level since he obtained it. It hadn't regressed in levels, but it was indeed nerfed. If he refused the healing, it would be great if he could produce the power of his level 1 Murtharian bloodline. Bloodline ignition used so abusively came at a price, not to mention the fact that it would take time to raise the bloodline level of his new cells to the same level as those in his head. But above all, he remembered perfectly the outrageous prices displayed in the green cube. Restoring a body with only a head left cost 100 ether points at the time, and that was with his stats, bloodline, and biomass from back then. It would probably cost a lot more today. As for spirit wounds, he didn't want to know. His only consolation was that the ordeal credits doubled in value with each ordeal, and one credit was already worth 100,000 ether points at his first ordeal. Now, each credit would be worth a grand total of 400,000 ether points. With a fatalistic sigh, Jake accepted the offer. He couldn't win every time. The previous ordeal he had netted 27 tons of liquid alloy, and this time he would have to spend his ordeal credits to heal himself before even knowing how much he would earn. Physical body restoration. Cost: 7.5 credits. Spirit body restoration. Cost: 57 credits. Soul restoration. Cost: 247 credits. Bloodline restoration. Cost: 48 credits. Total care cost: 359.5 credits. Fuck. For a second, Jake had almost thought he was going to get away with it, but reality had quickly turned on him. The Oracle was still as cunning and hateful as ever, and he had long since visualized him as a greedy, intractable businessman or a crooked dictator. In any case, Jake had to admit that the care was impeccable. This was the first time he had ever enjoyed the services of a green cube, or at least the healing magic they were equipped with, and he had to admit that it was just awesome. Although he couldn't feel his body in the red cube's dark space, the recovery of his soul, spirit body, and bloodline was the most delicious thrill he had ever experienced. Not even the Oracle heal he had used during the ordeal could compare to this. Third ordeal concluded. Type: horror/space travel. Ether density: 20 or 200 points. Number of participants: 6,694,729. Main mission: discover the truth behind the premature awakening of the Titan Pearl's crew and passengers, as well as the mystery behind the call for help. Penalty for failure: none. Evaluation of the ordeal in progress. Evaluation complete. The result is as follows. First side mission: go to the command room and make sure all your companions are safe and sound. Rating: perfect equals +50. Second side mission: escape the creatures of Yotai Shuren 3 for as long as possible. Rating: perfect +100. Third side mission: find a way to leave Yotai Shuren 3. Rating: perfect equals +100. Fourth side mission: discover the truth behind what really happened on Yotai Shuren 3. Rating: perfect equals +100. Fifth side mission: try to keep the people under your protection alive as long as possible. Rating: average equals +50. Exploration. Rating: very good equals +30 points. Proactivity. Rating: excellent equals +50. Fighting. Rating: very active equals +25. Other exploits. Exploit in degree 2. Inquisitor Massacre, 5 out of 8. Rating equals +100. Exploit in degree 3. Survive a 1 versus 1 duel against Nilreg. Rating equals +200. Exploit in degree 4. Attend the fight of Verxes and Fair and live to tell the tale. Rating equals +100. Special exploit in degree 1. Rescue a ghost. Rating equals +10. Special exploit in degree 2. Win a round of the monster game. Rating equals +10. Special exploit in degree 3. Recruit a fluid grandmaster in his faction. Rating equals +30. Special exploit in degree 4. Defeat Nilreg as a team. Rating equals +50. Total rating, +1,205. This score is ranked first in this ordeal and in the top 0.000000001% of all third ordeals combined. Congratulations. Reward in degree 1. Oracle rank +3 equals Sergeant Major, Command Sergeant Major, 200, Second Lieutenant, 400, First Lieutenant, 400. Reward in degree 2. Bronze Artifact, Purgatory. The conversion of the fluid artifact into an ether artifact will be carried out for free by the Oracle system. Reward in degree 3. The fluid master core developed during the ordeal can be kept as an ether soul core for only 100 credits. In case of refusal, 200 ether points will be returned to you in compensation. Reward in degree 4. Ordeal store. 1205 credits to spend. After deducting the care and counting the 45 credits you had left, you still have 890.5 credits to spend. Jake felt a twinge of nausea as he read the last line. It was by far his best score, even after the healing deduction, but that was precisely why it was even more frustrating. How nice it would have been if he could have kept all these credits. After all this time, he was keenly aware of their incalculable value. Each of these credits could potentially save his life in the future depending on what they would allow him to purchase. Losing 359.5 of them at once was enough to depress even the most upbeat of men. He was still pleased, though, when he found out that the 205 extra rating points had been counted toward his next promotion's progress gauge. Oracle rank 13. First Lieutenant equals 5.125/10 quad PTS. It wouldn't do him much good since Jake didn't have a clue how to earn 5 quad PTS fairly. Unless a coaching mission could grant such rewards, he would probably have to slaughter a planet infested with high-ranking digesters to have any hope of promotion before he died of old age. Of course, the first thing Jake did with his points was to spend 100 credits to keep and convert his Fluid Master core into an Ether Soul core. This ordeal had made him realize how important it was to have such an organ. The first advantage was that it was an excellent protection for the soul and could be used as a soul artifact to launch more powerful mental attacks, while limiting the risks. The second advantage was that it was an excellent ether reservoir, just like the ether crystals used as currency in the mirror universe, but much more performant. It was a shame that the meridians couldn't be preserved, but he could always learn to create them himself to optimize his ether flow. Any suggestions, she? Jake asked positively as he cursorily skimmed the ordeal store's categories with his gaze. It took quite a few seconds before she deigned to answer him in a grumpy tone. Don't you have something to tell me first? Jake felt a headache coming on as he heard the words of his AI oracle. Remembering his obnoxious attitude during the ordeal's last minutes, he knew full well why she was reacting this way. I'm sorry, she. I wasn't myself. I promise it won't happen again. Jake immediately apologized with a sheepish face. You better not. Her tone was still grumpy, but after that he felt her mood improve. The merciful she had forgiven him. In all honesty, he didn't deserve her. Without her, he wouldn't have accomplished half of what he did, and she tolerated his bad temper 24 hours a day, never judging him and nearly always taking his side. He wasn't proud of his late ordeal conduct, but that was all the corruption's fault. At least, that's what he would have liked to tell himself. Because he had awakened his true will stat, what he cared about had been safeguarded during his ordeal, and his relationship with she was most likely not one of them. Perhaps that was what had so deeply pained her, and he fully empathized with her, though he could argue that their bond had not been severed, but temporarily muted. Luckily, she wasn't the type to hold a grudge. After his apology, she stopped mentioning the matter and seriously mulled over his question. Considering the last ordeal circumstances, I think it would be wise to upgrade the Oracle skills Oracle Heal and Oracle Shield. An extra Oracle Heal would have allowed you to fully heal yourself during your fight against Nilreg, while a better Oracle Shield would have allowed you to protect your comrades and maintain it longer for a lower cost. Depending on the points you have left, you can also use the Ether or the Oracle skill teleportation. The former will allow you to teleport at will over short distances, while the latter may allow you to run away like Boris did against Nilreg. Boris survived? Jake hadn't noticed. He did. If you and he had been lucid and cooperative with your Oracle Ace, you would have known that we were communicating with each other during your fight with Nilreg. Jake refrained from commenting. He had no D.S.R. to rub salt in the wound. Before asking for She's advice, Jake had been somewhat tempted to buy new ether skills, manuals, or even a weapon, but after hearing her suggestion he realized that she was right. After spending 800 credits, Jake finished his shopping spree with the following upgrades. Oracle Shield LVL-3, an indestructible spherical force field enveloping the owner of the Oracle device, will be generated. Maximum range, 10 m. Effect duration, 20 seconds. Ether cost, 200 m Ether PTS per activation. Oracle Heal LVL-2. The owner of the Oracle device will have his injuries, regardless of severity, treated instantly. Number of uses, 2 times per ordeal. Outside ordeals, the ether cost is 1,000 times that of the green cube. Oracle Teleport LVL-1. The user of this Oracle skill will be teleported randomly within a 10 kilometers radius, unless a destination has been previously established. Ether cost, 200 m Ether PTS per activation. Teleportation LVL-1. The user will be able to teleport within their field of vision and extrasensory perception as long as they can provide the required energy for the spell. The first 3 were Oracle skills, and the last one was an ether skill. Unsure of what to do with his remaining 90 credits, he decided to save them for the next ordeal. With their value doubling each time, it was a worthwhile investment provided he could survive to reap the benefits. Jake then waited patiently in the dark, chatting with She to make amends or browsing the ordeal store catalog. A few hours later, light appeared in his field of vision and he was finally able to make his way to the exit. A moment later, he was back on his floating island with the rest of his companions. And unfortunately, a little debriefing was in order. Chapter 502 Debriefing. When Jake returned to his floating island, he found neither Crunch nor any of the other felines, but his shadow guide was pointing toward the planet B842 below him. If they had stayed true to form, the feline pride was probably hunting. It was also colder and darker than when he left, but that was to be expected since he had taken his Ether Sun core with him. Before greeting his comrades, and perhaps to stall for time, the first thing he did was to put the now much warmer and brighter Ether Sun core back where it belonged. Because of its much higher output than before, he had to adjust the various force fields protecting the island to seal off the excess energy, but in the end he managed to get the temperature and radiation back to a satisfactory range. Before long, the temperature returned to normal, and he was able to turn off the island's spontaneous temperature control. His companions saw him flying back and forth like an overworked bee, but no one interrupted him. They all needed a little peace and quiet after the hectic ordeal they had just finished. The last few hours in particular had been particularly taxing. Even Lily, who had been eliminated much earlier, shared the same mental fatigue. When a death occurred, the soul was repatriated, leaving the body and most of the bracelet behind. It was only after a few hours that what remained of the body would eventually be recalled. This was typically done to avoid disturbing the local natives and often took place after a burial or when the body was out of sight. Jake had picked up all this information from Will, who had collected all sorts of data while trading around, but he had never witnessed it. The fact was that once dead, the soul was sent back to the red cube's black space, and the process of waiting would begin. There, one would lose track of time, but the overall impression was that it rarely lasted more than a few hours, no matter the time of death. Kyle and the others had already attested to this during the previous ordeals. Therefore, in Lily's eyes she had been brutally eliminated just a few hours earlier, and her emotional state was much the same as Tim's or Kevin's. The only difference was that the latter two were more sullen and concerned about other things. What happened to Ostrexera? Tim broke the ice with the question that bothered him the most. His resentment towards the Banshee woman had not been assuaged by the corruption's withdrawal. Lily, Kevin, Will, Vincent, Sarah, and Daniel had no idea what they were talking about, but a knowing smile spread across the others' lips. She's dead. You sure as hell didn't miss her, Jake said with a weird look plastered on his face. Yes. The teenager raised his fist in the air, B-R-L-Y, holding back his gloating. Essia opened her mouth as if to add something, but seeing his joy, she could not bring herself to inform him that it was a permanent death. If he found out, it was hard to predict how he would cope. After that, the silence returned until the group's focus gradually shifted to Sarah and Kevin. Especially Sarah. Both of them had complicated expressions on their faces, but not for the same reasons. Kevin was staring at Jake composedly, but was troubled by the prospect of his cousin holding a grudge against him when he was actually the victim. Sarah was mostly racked with guilt, but also with the painful conviction that she had crossed the line. The scowl Will was shooting at her was the stinging proof of that, because it was indeed her who had killed Will. While attacking under the orders of Wyatt's and on top of that Nilreg, she had fallen into violence and depravity to the point of attacking without any restraint her friends who were part of the killing list. This kind of mistake could not be trivialized by virtue of the fact that this was a tutorial and the death was not final. At that time, this death had felt more real than ever, and one had to integrate the notion that after the next ordeal, such an accident would have far more lasting consequences. In fact, the Oracle heavily sanctioned players who made little effort or chose to die on purpose in order to save their ether points. Those who indulged in the worst kind of behavior or ignored their mission objectives were also frowned upon by the Oracle system. While this may have started out as a childish attempt to annoy Jake and make him jealous, Sarah's actions had unfortunately gone well beyond that point and had even ended up hurting the entire team. Even without the corruption, her Chaos Zorian bloodline was affecting her temperament and personality, causing her to seek out violence and chaos. Something she had unfortunately made evident in this ordeal while hanging out with the wrong people. Where vampires like Wyatt's and Carmen had learned to deal with this part of themselves long ago, it was clear that Sarah was like a newborn. Furthermore, the bloodline she had obtained was more average compared to that same subspecies. With the corruption on top of that, her poor self-control had degenerated to the point of non-existence. Despite her catastrophic performance during the last ordeal, she had, thanks to Jake's mercy, survived until the very end, but her final ordeal rating could at best be considered subpar. The Oracle hadn't offered her any cost-effective solutions to resolve the conflicting traits of her two bloodlines, and she wasn't eligible for any special rewards anyway, other than keeping her fluid core. In the end, she had used her credits to buy an Oracle skill and an Ether skill, both called Pacify. The first skill could, at the cost of a large amount of Ether, remove all external mental influences, as well as remove the aggression and negative mental effects of a bloodline for a very short time. The second one did the same thing, but its effects were much weaker and depended on the host's power, especially its Ether stats and mental power. This could be considered both a good and bad choice given her circumstances, but it still showed a certain amount of lucidity regarding her behavior. Unfortunately, it was too late. The damage was already done, and she was well aware of that. Rather than suffer the disdain, dislike, or rejection of her companions, she would rather take the lead. "I am leaving the Murtharian nerds," she blurted out unambiguously. Seeing the two sisters interject, she immediately cut them off before adding, "My decision is made. I will not change my mind. What I did is unpardonable, and I'm not 100% sure I won't do it again. I'm sorry for everything that happened." After that, she stared at Jake to probe his expression, but was disappointed once again when she failed to detect more than a slight frown. Her eyes welled up with tears, but not enough to spill. Deep down, she hoped he would have stopped her, but Jake was true to himself. His only movement was to materialize the Murtharian gladius sword he had confiscated from her and hand it over. "Your sword," he said with a straight face. "I hope you won't regret it." What more could he say? If he had been the one to do that, he would probably leave too. It was hard enough for him to look his cousin in the eye who bore no ill will towards him, so to endure Will's loathing glare on a daily basis would likely be far too great of a challenge. Especially since she knew her own value. Will had a much more crucial role in the faction. Despite his shortcomings, he had managed to survive his last ordeal with flying colors only to be killed pitifully by his very own comrade in the next. He had every right to be angry. "What do you think, Will?" Jake asked flatly to the businessman. Jake had his faults, but he was ultimately not a grudge holder. His nonsensical, narrow-minded resentment toward his cousins and family in general was something rooted in early childhood that wasn't entirely rational. as in, do. It was hard to sway him to dislike someone, and he was usually fairly quick to forgive if his principles were not violated. If Will was willing to forgive her, he might be willing to tolerate her presence, but he would no longer care about her. She would also lose her status as a founding member and go on probation until she proved herself like the dozens of players they had recruited. In other words, their relationship would become strictly professional. Upon hearing his question, Will forced himself to rein in his inner turmoil and return to his customary business-like demeanor. After a few more seconds of staring at the young blonde, he declared sternly, "If she wanted to stay, I wouldn't have stopped her, but my social and business relationships are based on trust. When a business partner puts one over on you or your girlfriend cheats on you, would you still trust them? No. When the bond of trust is broken, I find it almost impossible to restore. In order for her to stay, she would have to accept a slave contract or at the very least an extremely strict servant contract. Would you accept that, Sarah?" Jake shifted his attention to the young woman. With her prideful nature, he already knew the answer. "Never," she objected adamantly. "In that case, good luck." Jake wished her honestly. This might be the last time they would ever see each other again. The next second, she received her kick-out message from the Murtharian nerds. At that moment, the tears that were refusing to come out began to roll down, and once they did, they became like two rivers deprived of their dam. It was only now that Sarah came to understand the full extent of what she had just lost. More than a faction, she had lost her ordeal comrades, their recognition, her dignity and sense of security. But beyond all that, what she had truly lost was the support and respect of her friends. From now on, she was on her own. Chapter 503 Debriefing, Part 2. Neither Jake nor anyone else tried to console her. Not even the two sisters she got along with. They were also upset, Essia clearly holding back from crying and hugging her, but they both understood that this would only complicate things. Kyle, who had known her the longest and even had an affair with her, was perhaps the most cold-hearted of all. Deep down, he'd always thought that her bitchiness would eventually bring her bad luck. It had just happened sooner than expected. "Where are you going to go?" Jake asked in a slightly concerned tone. He still had some manners. With no faction and no floating island, she would have ended up on the street if she hadn't amassed a tidy sum of ether. Sarah gave it some thought for a bit before answering determinedly, "I'm going to join New Earth and enlist in the army. Obeying orders will keep me from thinking, and at least I'll be closer to my family." Jake nodded, also realizing that he didn't know much about her. All this time, he had never bothered to ask her if she had lost anyone close to her since the advent of the Oracle devices and the trip to B842. In truth, he hadn't really been paying attention to his comrades. If Kyle hadn't told him about his sister's precarious situation, he never would have known, let alone sought it out. Enya and Essia still had their parents and even a bunch of soldiers who could theoretically do their bidding, but no emissaries from the Velsio's empire had visited them until now. He didn't know what their families thought of their actions. As for Will, he knew even less about the businessman. He was clearly a career-minded, hardened bachelor, but he had never mentioned his family or friends. With the mirror universe, silence often meant bad news. Not bothering them with awkward questions was a tactful thing for him to do, but now he realized that sometimes those questions might be necessary. He was the faction's leader after all. He needed to know how his subordinates and friends felt to avoid repeating this kind of situation. Because Will had been handling all this very well, he had let him do so, but history had shown that the businessman was far from infallible. From now on, he would get more personally involved in the management of his faction and would make his presence more noticeable. But to do that, he first had to make an apology. "I'm sorry, Kevin, for killing you." Jake calmly apologized without trying to exonerate himself or mope around in fake tears. With his body control, he was definitely capable of it, but he despised that kind of lowliness. Besides, his cousin was rather the type to favor straightforwardness. "And I'm sorry I ate Svara." Kevin chuckled awkwardly with no hard feelings. If anything, he was relieved. Cannibalism was not an act so easily forgiven, and it would take time for him to accept this part of himself. Hearing his slave's name, Jake suddenly remembered where he had left her and hastily inspected his purgatory without finding anyone inside. The servant contracts he had established during the ordeal were all gone by virtue of the clause terminating them upon the ordeal's conclusion. He also did not detect the old fluid ghost that had taken refuge within his body. It was a pity, but he had indeed not signed any contract with the ghost. Jake had appreciated his undercover skills, though, and would regret his absence. If he had more ordeal credits, he would have likely purchased an ether skill or a special dimension to store his summonses and other servant spirits, but that didn't mean he couldn't buy one directly from the Oracle store at full price. He would ask Will about it later. The awkwardness between the two cousins resolved. There remained their second cousin Vincent, who hadn't said a word since their return. Jake blinked in wonder as he realized he had no idea when exactly they had lost track of him. I survived to the end by flying to one of the abandoned Rivian ships from previous expeditions. Vincent replied with a sudden blush after the others raised the question. Say you got lost instead. Kevin guffawed as he patted his shoulder heavily. The water elf glared at him but refrained from commenting. Meanwhile, Sarah took the opportunity to slip away. With a flash of light, she disappeared inside the yellow cube, leaving a trail of tears in her wake. She had not said a word, but clearly it had not been easy. After she left, a chill settled over the group, but Will quickly regained his composure and invited them to recount their ordeal. Accepting the suggestion wholeheartedly, everyone began to tell the story of their previous ordeal from the time they separated to the crucial moment of their rewards. Tim, feeling the stares of the others, the teenager winked at Lily and bragged with a show-off. 790 rating points. I am now a respectable command sergeant major. Oracle rank 11. Not bad. Jake nodded approvingly. If you hadn't died, you might have earned one more rank. Any special reward? Just an ether soul core and some extra ether skills to round out my bloodline. Tim explained with a contrite smile. Speaking of which, I'd like to talk to you about my solution later. Okay. Jake knew very well why he was grimming. His Beskirian bloodline was incomplete, but the ordeal store didn't seem willing to help him solve that problem. The ether skills and encodings he'd gotten were just tinkering until he could find something better. After Tim, it was Lily and her father's turn to announce their results. Lily had unfortunately been eliminated too early, but she had still achieved several milestones. With a rating of just under 300, she was very close to Oracle rank 9. Daniel had survived almost to the end, but was initially one rank lower than his daughter due to his death in the middle of the second ordeal. His performance was much better, though low-key before the grand finale, and he had successfully reached Oracle rank 9. Thanks to his masterful sacrifice, he had saved his comrades and avenged his daughter by seriously injuring Tatega. No one knew how he did it, but it didn't stop him from being killed by the Inuit woman. I hurt her with this. Daniel stoically revealed as he emptied the barrel of a long silver revolver with a majestic rose painted on it. The gun wasn't the most important thing, although a strange energy did seem to flow inside. The bullets in it were far more interesting. No two were alike, each with a different etheric signature. Curious, each of them took one of these bullets to analyze, and an express scan told Jake that what he was holding was a holy bullet. Holy bullet. A pure uranium bullet soaked in a tear from the river god Eridan, which has been enhanced by the ether spells, liquefaction, bleed, and tumult. These bullets work on supernatural entities reusable 3 times. As he compared with the results of the other holy bullets, he discovered that they were all forged from pure uranium, but the rest of the process was different each time. Sometimes it was simply an ether spell or 2 added, but 2 other bullets had also been dipped in a god's tears. Jake frowned as he picked up the word god several times. There was a minor river god named Eridan in Greek mythology, but that could also be a coincidence or a nickname a player had chosen for himself. On the scale of the mirror universe, even the improbable became possible. Is it possible that there is some truth to the various religions and mythologies on Earth? He couldn't help but philosophize. Sharing his mind, she knew full well what was bothering him. If you were to return to Earth in the past as you are today, you would surely be perceived as a god. It's not impossible that some evolvers or players have strayed to Earth in the past, but if so, the Oracle has surely sanctioned them since. A simple coincidence is more likely. With the vastness of the mirror universe, you can be sure that everything imaginable probably exists somewhere. Just like the fluid web that links individuals together, the dream ether also contains a lot of information. It's not impossible that some enlightened people from that time had some kind of enlightenment. At this point, She hesitated for a second as she carefully considered a possibility before shaking her head. What were you thinking? Never mind, I don't remember. Some kind of veil prevents me from accessing those memories. Your oracle rank is still too low. Just know that the term God has a very serious connotation in the mirror universe. A true God would not sell his tears to make cheap holy bullets. This Eridan is surely a promising evolver, but certainly not as strong as his title claims. After this mental chat, Jake then listened to the results of Kyle, Kevin, Vincent, and the two sisters. Miraculously, Kyle had survived to the end and even managed to hit Nilreg with the futuristic bazooka he had swiped from Yotai Shuren 3. Because his oracle rank was the lowest, his ordeal missions were much easier and his feats much better rewarded. Just hitting Nilreg and surviving to the end had earned him a bonus of 400 rating points alone. In total, he had earned 730 credits, enough to reach rank 10. Kevin had performed well despite his loss of control and came out with 710 rating points. Vincent had been more discreet, but had survived until the very end and participated in the fight against the Inquisitors Kroyrn and Oxium. With 730 points, his performance was also top tier. Both had reached Oracle rank 11. As for Inya and Essia, they had excelled in this ordeal and participated in all the key stages of the ordeal. Their pink flame at the end had allowed Jake to recover enough to injure Nilreg once again, creating a fatal opportunity for the Minerva Ostrexera combo. Hence, with only 455 rating points, he had B.R.L.Y. reached Oracle rank 10. Next to his excellent performance in the previous ordeal, this was a somewhat mediocre result. Then came the time for him to announce his own results, and unsurprisingly, an incredulous dead silence replaced the friendly atmosphere they had struggled to create. A few seconds later, Tim couldn't help but grumble grumpily. Why do I get the feeling you're luckier than me? Chapter 504, Lagging Behind. Moments later, after Jake finished explaining the Purgatory's features, a new flurry of disbelief swept through the group. Let me repeat that a second time and tell me if I'm wrong, Will said, rubbing his hands together like a merchant sniffing out a sweet deal. This Purgatory is a bronze artifact that produces 1B of ether per day for free, can be used as a spaceship, troop and machine factories, training facility, private space dimension, offer soul glyphs as a reward, and all weapons, maps, monsters and scenery, etc. inside are considered real illusions. Did I forget something? The businessman was slightly out of breath after saying all this in one go, but the twinkle in his eyes conveyed his excitement. That's a good summary. Jake chuckled in high spirits. Can we visit? Lily exclaimed enthusiastically before being rebuked by Daniel with a pat on the head. Later. Right now it's just a volcanic desert. I haven't had time to familiarize myself with it. As soon as I do, I'll invite you on a tour. After another blank, Inya reignited the conversation with another troubling topic. Am I the only one who is concerned about the ether density of B842? She asked concernedly. When she brought up the matter, the faces of the TS present grew noticeably darker. Compared to the ether density of their third ordeal, the current ether density of 62 was insignificant. The thing was, they had theoretically only been away for one day. This meant that the ether density had risen by more than 10 points in a single day. That was a lot faster than before, considering it had taken over a month for it to go from 15 to just over 40. Although they all felt much lighter, stronger, and smarter on B842, this was only true for those who had the ether self-encoding skill. With the exception of Sarah, who had just left them, everyone else would see their ether stats drop from 200 to the current ether density within a few hours. The only exceptions would be for those who had purchased a higher-grade ether encoding for one or several specific stats, but this method would quickly become obsolete or exponentially expensive. For those who had chosen to retain their fluid core or had an epiphany similar to Jake's, perhaps they would be able to store a considerable amount of ether in their ether soul core or cells, but this energy would only be usable to replenish their body or spam ether skills without having to draw ether from their environment through their spirit body. In fact, even their body stats were not keeping up since they did not have the associated bloodline skills like accelerated healing or heat and radiation control. These two skills boosted considerably his training speed. Compared to his current oracle status, his companions were indeed a bit lacking. Ether status. Strength, S 626.2 points, 324.7 greater than 626.2. Agility, A 596.5 points, 315.3 greater than 596.5. Constitution, C 632.5 points, 333 greater than 632.5. Vitality, V 618.7 points, 329.8 greater than 618.7. Intelligence, I 654.1 points, 426.6 greater than 654.1. Perception, P 715.5 points, 341.4 greater than 715.5. Extrasensory perception, EP 768.3 points, 400.2 greater than 768.3. Ether core, 312 points, 191 greater than 312 PTS. Body status. Physique, silver Mertherian body, LVL 3. Height, 2.71 meters, 2.54, 2.71 meters. Weight, 742 kilograms, 491 greater than 742 kilograms. Strength, 248 points, 215 greater than 248. Agility, 125 points, 101 greater than 125. Constitution, 267.4 points, 235.2 greater than 267.4. Vitality, 256.1 points, 228.5 greater than 256.1. Intelligence, 179.8 points, 154.9 greater than 179.8. Perception, 174.6 points, 167.5 greater than 174.6. Ether Soul Core, LVL 5, can contain up to 5M ether points. Amplifies mental attacks, intelligence, and extrasensory perception by 50% when the soul and spirit body are merged with it. In addition to protecting the soul, it can be considered a proto-soul artifact. As it evolves and becomes imbued with the thoughts of its host, it will develop its own abilities. Soul status, Mertherian Soul LVL 3, intermediate heat, earth, radiation, and metal attributes. For soul glyphs, a fish in water, apex predator, extreme diver, harbinger of chaos. Spirit body LVL 17, 15 greater than 17. Ghost, its density is such that the spirit body begins to have tangible effects on the physical world and can temporarily separate itself from its carnal envelope. Out-of-body journeys are now possible, but keeping in mind that in this form the soul is extremely vulnerable and the physical body abandoned in a state of clinical death. The soul is now partially resistant to heat and radiation and can extract a portion of the energy it contains. True will, 2 points. These stats were absolutely normal. With the advancement of his Mertherian bloodline to level 3, all his skills had moved up a notch, including accelerated growth as well as ether and soul tribute. Concomitantly, accelerated decline, which was triggered by negative emotions, had been nerfed. Ether and soul tribute in particular now made no distinction regarding the strength of his opponents, and thus he could slaughter any type of enemy, weak or strong, to become stronger by absorbing a tiny portion of their ether and soul. The changes around this bloodline skills explained most of the tremendous gains of the last few days, but more so of the last few hours. Not counting the absurd amount of parasites he had wiped out, his victory over 4 Inquisitors and his survival, also perceived as a victory over Nilreg, were largely accountable for these changes. Just remember not to use ether and soul tribute against the digesters, she admonished him, as she sensed the dangerous thoughts running through his mind. You learned this the hard way with the previous ordeal's corruption, but the digester's corruption is much more insidious. Your bloodline isn't strong enough to purify their ether. Jake shuddered at her remark. He had actually been considering slaughtering a couple of digester hordes just now to boost his progress. He knew she was right, though, and he promised her he wouldn't do anything stupid. Shifting his attention back to the ether stats issue of his comrades, he briefly racked his brain before selecting 2 viable solutions. The first was to give his blood essence to his friends so they could acquire his bloodline with an Etherist's help, but this was not a quick fix. In addition to being detrimental to his health, it would slow down his progress considerably. However, this solution was not completely out of the question. With enough heat and radiation, he could now recover extremely quickly. By drawing on his blood essence sparingly, he could produce a dose every 2-3 days without any long-term effect on his health and performance. He would still lose almost a month to provide a sample to each of his comrades. The second solution was to acquire the technology for various higher-grade ether encodings. Each of these encodings would take up a slot on their wristband, and they could unlock an additional encoding slot with each promotion in their oracle rank. Because Jake carried almost 30 tons of liquid alloy, he currently had over 60 encoding slots available. This solution was much more realistic and simple to implement provided they had enough ether, which given their excellent performance during the previous 2 ordeals should not be a problem. Now it was just a matter of sharing the idea with the others. Did any of you acquire any ether encoding different from the 7 main stats or of higher grade? Jake inquired out of the blue. I think it's time to stop being individualistic and be a little honest. We're going to need these encodings to attract, motivate, and nurture the new members. You don't have to hand them over, but we need to know who has them for our future needs. Of course, everyone will pay for the ether crystals they need. I'll start. No ether encodings except the grade 1 sharpening and hardening ether. I have the grade 2 strength and agility ether encodings. Vincent calmly confessed. My water elf bloodline and fighting style requires good speed and dexterity, as well as decent strength to support my movements. Because I'm light, I've been able to do without the grade 2 constitution ether until now. I have grade 2 strength encoding too, but I also have grade 2 constitution encoding. Kevin admitted with an expression full of regret. If I had known you had it, I would have taken the grade 2 vitality ether instead. Once the confessions began, the misgivings crumbled and everyone started to disclose their trump cards. Well, at least the ones that could benefit the group. I have the grade 1 and 2 luck ether encodings. Tim said to no one's surprise. I have grade 2 strength, penetration, and hardening ether encodings. Daniel added right after. The first one is for supporting the recoil of my firearms. The second one is similar to the sharpening ether except that it is used to enhance ammunition, while the third one can be used to enhance bullets, as well as strengthen the weapon itself, and works on any type of non-living object. If it is used on a living thing, it will become abnormally rigid. I don't recommend it. Lily and the 2 sisters shook their heads apologetically. The first girl had spent all her points in ether skills, while Inya and Essia could convert the surrounding ether into fire and light elemental particles to feed their mana core. It was an organ similar to an ether core, but much more specialized. The Aegeans had dedicated meridians to supply this mana to their cells, thereby strengthening them over time. Each elemental mana had different effects on their host, but in general all body and ether stats would be enhanced, albeit in the guise of a bonus. For example, Enya's ether stats currently looked like this. Strength, S100, plus 105 points. Agility, A100, plus 38 points. Constitution, C100, plus 67 points. Vitality, V100, plus 65 points. Intelligence, I100, plus 76 points. Perception, P100, plus 34 points. Extrasensory perception, EP100, plus 101 points. Firelight core, 213 points. By the end, putting everything together, they came out with 6 different grade 2 encodings, namely the grade 2 strength, agility, constitution, luck, penetration, and hardening ether encodings. Will would seek out the ones they were missing through New Earth, while Jake would try to get grade 3 encodings from Sect Mogasar. For despite the appeal of grade 2, it was already practically obsolete. Grade 2 ether only allowed them to max out their stats at 1,000 points instead of 100, but alas, that would be the ether density of the next ordeal if the current pattern were to continue. Chapter 505 Tim's Solution. In the meantime, they would have to be content with that. Even someone like Jake, who possessed the ether self-encoding skill, would benefit greatly from these grade 2 encodings. By raising his strength, agility, but especially his constitution to 1,000 points, his resistance to temperature and radiation would be greatly enhanced, which would allow him to accelerate his training speed a bit more, not to mention the potential time savings of raising these stats instantly. Over the next few minutes, everyone transferred the required ether to the appropriate people, while Will reached into their faction vault to provide the crystals needed to store the different types of ether. Since ether crystals were the main currency of the mirror universe, each faction and evolver always had a few on them at any given time. These crystals didn't have to come from precious stones. Glass would do just fine, although it wasn't ideal. In fact, any object could be used as an ether vessel within its capacity, but translucent, colorless crystals such as glass, crystal, zirconium, or diamond had the merit of changing color depending on the type of ether contained within. It was obviously not the crystal that changed color on its own, but the encoded ether was designed with this function to simplify transactions. For some mysterious reason, with the exception of pure ether, the bracelets could not hold the other types of ether and therefore needed to be stored in another form. Someone like Jake had good enough ether control to control these different types of ether with his mind to conduct this transfer mentally, but not everyone did. To avoid any accidents or ether loss, crystals became the norm. Grade 2 strength ether consumed 100 ether points per point of encoded strength ether, and as such this method of advancement was not affordable for everyone. With Grade 2 ether costing 100 times more than Grade 1, but only allowing for a 10-fold increase in stats, one could imagine the price skyrocketing with the higher grades. That said, no one hesitated for a second to spend the ether required to upgrade their stats. Jake spent those few million ether points without batting an eyelid, which were nothing more than a drop in the bucket compared to his current wealth. Even after spamming his Oracle Shield like crazy against Nilreg and Verxes, he still had 12.7 ether points left. He could do many things with that kind of money, like robbing the Oracle store for starters. His comrades weren't much poorer. Tim, Will, Vincent, and the two sisters were also present when they had used their jackpot cards in the purgatory. They all had between 5 and 12 ether points, enough to change their destiny no matter how hopeless they were. Kevin, Lily, and Daniel were somewhat jealous and distraught at their friend's outrageous wealth, but when Vincent gave Kevin 1 billion ether points, the others suddenly felt the need to reciprocate. Not Jake, though. Instead, he shamelessly threw out, "I need to keep my ether to develop the faction, my floating island, and the purgatory. You'll thank me when this is over." For good measure, he added 5B to the Mertharian nerd's ether storage. With his current Oracle rank, he could theoretically upgrade the faction multiple times, but 5B worth of ether points was just enough to upgrade it from level 3 to level 5. Faction name: Mertharian Nerds. Faction level: LVL 5. Promotional conditions: 10B ether PTS, Oracle rank Command Sergeant Major or higher. Number of members: 64/200, 51 humans, 12 felines, and 1 baby dragon. Faction ether storage: 5,498,356 points. Ether production: 0 points per second. Permanent passive skill LVL 5. Mertharian body: 30%, 20-30%, or plus 5% per level, of the leader's capacity body stats boosted by 120%. Faction Space Vault LVL 5. 160, 40 greater than 160, double with each level. Cubic meters of common storage space accessible to authorized members, and which can be compartmentalized into several blocks, depending on the level of authorization and trust. Activation cost: 100,000 ether PTS/day. The daily cost can be shared by the faction's members. Vitality Link LVL 5 allows the temporary transfer of member vitality to the skill activator. An injury can also be transferred to another member with its agreement. Cost: 800,000, 1M greater than 800,000 or 100,000 per level. Ether points per minute. New skill available. Main Floating Island Affiliate, 12. Sub-factions: Mertharian Scavengers, the Aristocats. As soon as the faction was upgraded, everyone's expression changed dramatically. Tim and Kyle immediately flexed their biceps with delighted laughter, but not everyone shared their enthusiasm. Lily, Enya, and SEO were on the verge of crying, their hearts caught between the joy of experiencing their bodies getting stronger and the looming horror of yet another growth spurt. Ugh, I grew 20 centimeters in a few days last time. A little more, and I'll be taller than my dad. Essia complained while nearly plucking her hair out of despair. So what? What's wrong with being tall? If only it were just that. Lily pouted cutely. Look at my abs. To support her statement, she raised the top of her armor slightly, revealing her belly button on an abnormally shaped six-pack for a girl of her age. Who will I appeal to with a body like that? She shouted with a sense of desperation. Jake's face twitched, but he had no real counter-arguments to offer. There were no accounting for taste and color. Because he had chosen power regardless of the cost, he didn't have the same reservations as the three young women. If it's any consolation, you look hotter than ever. Kevin complimented them with a wink, saving Jake's SS on this one. It worked like a charm. After this small compliment, the three young women stopped being depressed. We are part of the Murtharian nerds. Will added more seriously. One day this faction will be a force to be reckoned with. One day this faction may have millions or even billions of members. This Murtharian body will soon become the norm for all these people. Don't forget that the mirror universe is vast and that your aesthetic criteria could be considered ugly for another civilization. Until we are strong enough, it seems absurd to me to waste time on these cosmetic details. Vincent, who hadn't said much since the beginning, shrugged indifferently. The Murtharian body passive makes me heavier, but the benefits are well worth it. Satisfied with the support of his male comrades, Jake grinned, then ended the debriefing. We'll pick the new faction skill some other day. I think everyone is tired and needs a rest. About my sister, Cal muttered apprehensively. Give me a few hours. Jake hadn't forgotten. Will, I'm sorry to bother you, but can you look into it? Cal will fill you in on the details. Sure. The businessman nodded in a neutral tone. He already knew about this matter. The others wore puzzled expressions, but they curbed their curiosity. What about the solution I wanted to discuss with you, Jake? Tim whispered telepathically as the others were starting to leave. They had all decided to go to Will's floating island, which at least had the merit of having an operational building with all the conveniences necessary for a comfortable stay. Only the Aristocats liked it on his island. Jake could see their feces, hair, and claw marks all over his island. If it doesn't take long, we can discuss it now. Jake hesitated imperceptibly, but eventually agreed upon seeing the kid's mysterious attitude. The other members glanced at them curiously, especially Lily, who didn't understand why Tim didn't leave with her, but they eventually disappeared into the orange cube one after the other. When only the two of them were left, Jake erected a force field to isolate them from possible spies and said kindly, "So, what did you want to tell me, Tim?" Tim put on a solemn expression and took out of his pocket a vial filled with a distinctive vermilion liquid, which he handed to him. It was blood, and this blood had an unusual ether signature that Jake had only seen in one other person. Inspecting the sample, Jake frowned, then looked up at the teen with a serious look on his face. "You want to trade your blood essence for mine?" He guessed calmly. "If our bloodlines could be merged, it would indeed fill the gaps in your Beskirian bloodline. Your lucky body and inner luck skill would also be a good addition to my Murtharian bloodline. Because I am the faction leader, the passive skill would retroactively increase the luck of all members." "That's a good idea," Jake concluded, nodding his head to Tim's delight. "But it has yet to be proven possible. I'll give you a dose of my blood in a few days, and we'll go see Sect Mogasar together to seek his advice. For now, you can keep this sample." Jake handed the blood vial back to the teenager, who put on a relieved face. If Jake had simply taken his blood essence without promising him anything in return, he would have really lost out. With this promise, Tim left a little more serene, his good mood restored. The orange cube flashed one last time, and Jake found himself alone on his floating island. He was about to study the purgatory when it was his yellow cube that flickered this time. One flash later, a pack of 16 huge felines, the smallest the size of an elephant, descended on his island. All smeared with silver blood, they were dragging the carcasses of several digesters in their mouths. A bit further back, a huge black cat with a big head was peering at him with a dumb look. The Aristocats were back from hunting. Chapter 506, Awful Naming Sense. Jake immediately recognized the most prominent felines, especially the titanic lion and tiger, which at this point could only be described as behemoths. The two creatures were over 20 meters long and a little over 7 meters at the withers, towering over the other felines in the group, who were in no way small. Because of the Murtharian body passive, their fur had darkened slightly with occasional golden and silver shimmers reverberating off the light of the ether sun core. The long claws and fangs were translucent and hard as diamonds, making them formidable predators. Their fur soaked in Digester-S blood was the blatant proof of this. Behind these two leaders, he also recognized the leopard Crunch was vainly trying to conquer, as well as the rest of the pride composed of 4 lionesses, 1 cheetah, 1 black panther, a lynx, and a Siamese cat. Because of their meteoric evolution, Jake was entirely relying on morphological criteria and not their size to determine their species. Crunch, originally a small alley cat, was now the size of a full-grown pachyderm and even slightly larger than the leopard he was trying to court. Yet their faction's tally indicated only 12 felines, and he counted 16. There were 4 more than he expected. These 4 felines at the back of the group were more shy and easily recognizable. Smaller than their fellow felines, these 4 cats had begun their evolution. Their journey must have been bumpy after their arrival on B842 because they were rather famished except for a European cat that was about the size of a Saint Bernard. If he was not mistaken, these cats had been saved by coincidence during their hunt. And sure enough, the giant lion immediately confirmed his suspicions. "Hello, Jake. Glad to see that the ordeal went well. We felt the changes in the Murtharian body passive." The feline sat majestically on his hindquarters, and with a wag of his paw the other felines did the same with the exception of Crunch, who waddled preposterously to his master. "Glad to hear it," Jake replied politely, while simultaneously raising his leg to stop the huge black cat dead in its tracks. Crunch's vertical pupils narrowed excitedly at his master's cautious reaction, and his playful spirit was ignited. Suddenly speeding up, he began to feint, leaping from left to right to get past his guard and tackle him to the ground. But his only reward for his efforts was a resounding downward slap from his master after a sidestep and a sharp twist of the HST. Having struck with his full weight, the huge cat's mouth slammed into the ground, generating a small shock wave. Jake winced as he felt a sharp pain on the side of his palm, and upon inspection, he discovered several hairs as sharp and pointy as rapiers embedded a few millimeters into his flesh. "Tisk, Crunch, when are you going to stop doing that?" Jake reprimanded him sternly, pinching his huge ear. "If I were a normal human, I'd be dead already. I sometimes wonder if you're trying to kill me to end your pet contract." Far from looking guilty or repentant, the cat yawned long and hard, invoking the fury of his master. Seeing Jake's anger, a victorious glint flashed in his slitted yellow eyes. Realizing he wasn't being taken seriously, Jake gave up his lecture and used a much more direct method. Connecting his bracelet to his cat's, he wordlessly drew half of his ether, amounting to 62 ether points. If at first it was just a joke to remind the cat who was in charge, he continued unabashedly upon realizing that his cat was pretty well off. The hunt while they were away must have been good, because his cat had only 2/3 of that fortune a day earlier. That meant that without attending an ordeal, his cat had earned over 40 ether in one day. That was quite the accomplishment. "You robbed a bank?" Jake inquired without hiding his incomprehension. "It was Mufasa who gave us our allowance this morning," Crunch boasted proudly as he puffed out his HST, not forgetting to give his master a hurt look. "Mufasa?" Jake almost choked on his spit upon hearing the name. Who picked these names? The man named Mufasa, who was none other than the huge lion, sagely explained. "It was Lily and Tim. They told us that these names were very famous and would bring us respect and adoration from the humans." Jake facepalmed as he heard the reason. Faced with Mufasa's solemn and dignified expression, he did not have the nerve to tell him that his name came from a dead lion in a children's cartoon. Still, after hearing that name, he got a bad feeling and felt compelled to ask the names of the others, much to his regret. Reality had surpassed fiction. The giant tiger was named Shere Khan, the female leopard Duchess, the lynx Toulouse, the cheetah Thomas O'Malley, the black panther Bagheera, the Siamese cat Berlioz, and the 4 lionesses Nala, Kiera, Sarabi, and Zira. Noticing Jake's cringe face, Mufasa and Shere Khan sensed something was wrong, but fortunately their reading of human expressions was not perfect. Once Jake had suppressed his urge to laugh, he regained his usual composure. After that, He talked for a few minutes with the felines, the most evolved among them now being able to carry on a conversation, and learned how the aristocats worked. Mufasa was the leader and Shere Khan the vice leader. Of the four lionesses, Sarabi was the most respected, while Crunch and the cheetah Thomas O'Malley were considered troublemakers, causing problems wherever they went. The cheetah in particular had acquired unimaginable speed, and even Mufasa had trouble catching him when he was launched at full gallop. Jake remembered once being amazed at the incredible might of the lion and the giant tiger, estimating their ether stats at over 2,000. Today, the power gap between them was not as great, but each of the felines had also become much stronger. Even if he gave everything he had in a fight to the death, Jake still couldn't defeat the lion, but if he improved a little more he might have a chance. And the Purgatory's purpose was just that, to make him stronger. Speaking of Will, Jake didn't want to embarrass him in front of the others, but he absolutely had to straighten something out with him. Using his bracelet, he contacted him right away. "Hey Will, why didn't you bring up your charisma ether encoding earlier?" Jake questioned bluntly. "I know you got grade 2 after the third ordeal." Dead silence on the other side of the line. After a few seconds, Will sighed in disgrace and confessed. "Because it was the only thing that made me even slightly unique and useful in the ordeals. If everyone gets my charisma ether, then I'm back to being the weakest and most useless fighter in the group. I'm supposed to be the vice leader. How am I supposed to get respect if even Tim can kill me with a snap of his finger?" Jake understood his dilemma, but his concerns were pointless. "While I understand how you feel, your feelings are irrelevant. Tim is doing well, but only because he's so lucky. Once you have 1,000 luck ether points, the difference between you two won't be so great. The same goes for your strength, agility, and constitution. You may not be the best fighter, but you definitely won't be the weakest. We can get your charisma ether, but not the ether skills you picked to maximize the potential of that stat." Will paused for another moment, then said, "I get it. Thanks, Jake. I'll announce it in the public faction chat. One more thing, Will." "Yes, Jake?" "You're the vice leader. You have this position because I trust you, and you know how fragile my trust is. Don't give me a reason to doubt you and keep leading by example. If you don't agree with my decisions, we can always talk about it. But if you keep doing this, it's not just me you'll be alienating. Kyle and the two sisters have certainly noticed your act." "I know. It won't happen again. I promise." The conversation came to a close, and as promised, Will announced in the chat that he was in possession of the grade 2 charisma ether encoding. The TS remained silent, with only the children daring to naively ask him why he had not told them earlier in the debriefing. Jake didn't like to hurt people's feelings, much less exert his authority, but he had promised himself that he would be more involved with the faction. If Will wasn't up to the task, everyone would suffer. It could even put them in grave danger. With these concerns out of the way, Jake took the Purgatory out of his space storage and at last began to study it seriously. Focused, he reviewed the artifact's specs, then activated it with the fervent resolve to unlock all its secrets. The time had come for him to understand the value of the bronze artifact in his hands. Chapter 507, A Real Body. The first thing he did was to connect his mind to the Purgatory to activate the Purgatory Dream feature. In the blink of an eye, his entire floating island disappeared, replaced by a telluric world covered in dark ash and scarred by multiple rivers of lava pouring out of the Earth's bowels like overflowing manhole covers. As for the sky, it was devoid of stars, in a sad and desolate blackness. Jake quietly observed his surroundings and noticed that he was alone. The felines had not followed him inside. Thinking about it, he realized he hadn't willed it. On Yotai Shuren 3, the Purgatory was still a fluid artifact, and some settings had been set by Nilreg so that everyone nearby would be sent back inside, if activated. Even after Jake stole the artifact, some of these settings persisted. By the end of the ordeal, what was once a custom fluid artifact had been converted to an ether artifact and reset to eliminate Nilreg's influence. The original features of Sigmar's fluid artifact had been retained, however. Jake walked around his territory for a bit and was amazed at the seemingly omnipotent feeling he got from that place. If by default the Purgatory appeared to be a favorable environment for his organism, albeit nonsensical, he could change it with a thought. Closing his eyes, he visualized a snow-covered mountain and a mountain identical to the one he imagined arose from the ground before his eyes. With another thought, the rivers of lava froze, then turned into melted chocolate. Tempted, Jake dipped his finger in the chocolate and carefully brought it under his nose, then licked a tiny drop with the tip of his tongue. It smells like chocolate, tastes like chocolate, but Jake swallowed and did feel his stomach fill up, yet his oracle status failed to detect anything in his stomach other than a shapeless mass of ether formed by multiple runes. That chocolate taste was only in his head. Yet the food in Nilreg's purgatory was real. He muttered with puzzlement. He soon found out what the problem was, though. Chocolate was not present in the database contained in the artifact. He was too lazy to memorize the entire database, so he left the menial task to she, who was far more adept at procedural work than he. After a while, she popped up in front of him in her holographic form, a complicated expression on her face. The database is relatively complete, she summarized succinctly. Almost every possible type of environment has been correctly recorded, which is to be expected from a well-traveled fluid grandmaster like Sigmar. I suspect, however, that the grade for Etherist Nidus's who modified it supplemented it with his own experiences. As for the flora and fauna, once again it is fairly complete, but limited to that of the seed world of your third ordeal. Nidus has once again completed the list by referencing a wide variety of digesters, as well as the creatures and plants that have impressed him the most during his life. Food, weapons, clothing, materials, etc. Same story. This is once again limited to Sigmar's experience or Nidus's. Why? Do I get the feeling you're moved? Jake raised an astonished eyebrow. He found it hard to understand why she was so affected by such an ordinary report. She remained silent for a long minute before answering. Because here I could have my own body. Jake gasped in disbelief at this shocking revelation. He hadn't considered this possibility, but if it were possible to bring his fantasy to life, she could indeed create a tangible illusion of her body inside the purgatory. This body would be insubstantial and would not be able to leave the confines of the purgatory, but inside it would be just as real as any other individual. This was something he had already been able to verify with the chocolate. Of course, all this would cost ether. Once the dream was created, it would continue to exist even in Jake's absence. By default, the billion ether that the purgatory generated each day was enough to power the dream of a 10 kilometers radius dimension. But if he had fun simulating energy-intensive scenes or scenarios, he could quickly exhaust that capital. Adding a mountain of snow or converting lava into chocolate, for example, had already wasted over 100 ether points. That was already 10% of what the artifact could produce in a day. And if he didn't reduce the size of the purgatory dream to reduce the maintenance cost, he would be forced to completely disable the artifact for at least 2 hours if he refused to pay the difference. It was clear, though, that for she all these financial details meant nothing compared to the possibility of getting a real body. And Jake was far too attached to his Oracle AI to disappoint her. As cheap as he was, he couldn't deny her this opportunity, especially since he was curious to see how it would turn out. But it wasn't time yet. To be exact, it was likely to be expensive in ether. Not being in the database, she's body would be entirely supported by the accuracy and stability of her visualization. Even for a high-powered AI, this would be a challenge. No, the real solution was to learn how to enrich the database. But again, he had the feeling that adding a specific human was not that simple. The animals and plants listed were completely filled in with their genetic code, their chemical composition, their fluid core, or ether core, and runes ECT. There was no detail missing. In fact, with all this information, it was even theoretically possible to make them from scratch from the ether by strictly following the instructions. Therefore, it was not exactly wrong to say that inside the purgatory these illusions did exist. It's not urgent, don't worry. She hastened to reassure him before returning to her professional self. What you need to do first is to make the bronze artifact yours. Fluid artifacts are made from the amalgamation of one or more fluid cores, but after the post-ordeal modifications made by the Oracle system, these have been converted into ether soul cores. This is a material resembling the soul stones of your second ordeal, which are none other than the crystallized energy of the spirit body of Zorians who died in the past. In other words, these soul stones were naturally imbued with the energy and will of their original soul. Since Zorians are a mental-oriented species, Their bloodline was expressed primarily through their soul and spirit body. Even if they lost their body, their actual power would not be greatly impacted. Your case is different. You have only just awakened your will, and you only know one soul spell. On top of that, this soul spell is not a bloodline spell. You have to do it manually every time, and it's not instinctive. Your bloodline has some hybrid skills that could be called soul spells, like ether and soul tribute or accelerated growth and decline, but they are conditional on your mental state and your victories. If a soul stone were to be condensed from your soul, it would be these skills that an evolver would temporarily obtain from drawing in its soul energy, but it would also be affected by your mental state at the time of their creation and the true will within. What you need to do is simulate this purgatory into your spirit body and keep it soaked in it for as long as necessary so that the ether soul cores inside are imbued with your will. Since Nilreg's influence has already been wiped out, this should be pretty straightforward, but since your mind and true will are still in their infancy, it will take some time to strengthen this link to a satisfying level. Eventually, it could allow you to do like Nilreg by commanding the purgatory remotely with your mind, but most importantly avoid having it stolen from you. In this respect, Nilreg was indeed a beginner. He may have been strong as a digester and fluid grandmaster, but he was never formally trained despite his father's efforts. Sigmar himself didn't learn all of these skills until after he received his oracle device. Jake calmly digested all this knowledge, then probed. Wouldn't it be better to simply set up an encrypted password or security key to make the artifact unhackable? I can't believe that such advanced technology could be used against me so easily. Even my computer is more secure. She chuckled wryly before replying with an exasperated look. Some people have tried, but believe me, once the mind gets past a certain level it can do amazing things. Even though the purgatory is an incredibly advanced technology, it's still a bunch of ether soul cores amalgamated together. All of the ether runes dictating its operation can be considered a very long computer code with its advantages and disadvantages. Adding a physical password wouldn't do much good, since the complexity of your soul and spirit body are the best protection. Whether it's your spirit body or your soul, they are composed of trillions of ether runes, which are constantly recombining with your every thought. No computer can compete with that. The best etherists have a good understanding of the soul and the ether runes that govern its workings, but very few have the guts to tamper with it. You saw this with Sect Mogasar, who was not at all confident in his ability to remove accelerated decline from your Murtharian bloodline without causing problems elsewhere. Still, there are soul spells that are designed to create additional layers of security. True will may be considered one of them, but there are plenty more. I understand. Jake sighed defeatedly. Basically, this purgatory will obey me at the drop of a hat, even remotely, as long as an enemy with a stronger mind than mine doesn't erase my influence. Unless I learn some defensive soul spells intended for this kind of situation. Precisely. Then I guess I just have to hit the ground running. Jake then proceeded to enwrap the purgatory with his spirit body, then patiently waited for the magic to kick in. After an hour, he finally experienced the indescribable sensation that a new limb had appeared in his mind. It was as if he was growing a third arm, except that even when he was away from it, he could still feel it. It's done. From now on, the purgatory is truly mine. Chapter 508: Fake and Real Spells. All he had to do now was learn how to miniaturize it and store it somewhere in his body like his ether core and ether soul core. While space storage or a spiritual dimension were valid solutions, after being deprived of them for most of his previous ordeal, he had lost his faith in these technologies and spatial skills. There were items and resources he could do without, but a major card like the purgatory should always be close at hand. Therefore, simulating it into his own body was the ideal solution. Now that the bronze artifact had his mental imprint, Jake immediately saw that miniaturizing or enlarging the object would be no problem. However, he also quickly realized that the purgatory was already reduced to the minimum size of the ether soul cores that make it up. Compressing it further would be difficult, but the artifact was still far too big. The size of a small bowling ball. Jake had no way to store such an object inside him unless he drilled a hole in his SD to house it. Swallowing it wasn't an option either. First, there was the problem of how to swallow such an object whole without damaging his esophagus. But more importantly, his digestive system was so advanced that there was a genuine possibility that the purgatory would not survive it. Absorbing the energy and materials of such an artifact would undoubtedly be beneficial to his body, but the benefit/risk ratio was not worth the risk. How am I going to do this? Jake winced inwardly as he considered several unpleasant solutions that would not leave his ether storage unscathed. Do you have an idea? Besides carrying it around with you at all times, unfortunately not. She destroyed his hopes with a sorry tone. The only realistic solution is to create a space or spiritual dimension with the disadvantages that entails, or to acquire the ether skill compression or miniaturization. Both will be expensive and require maintenance over time. Compression exerts external pressure on the target to reduce its size by force, which for fragile or complex objects could cause rupture or even implosion. Spherical materials, gases, liquids, and soft or elastic bodies are ideal for this spell. The Purgatory, being forged from LVL6 Ether Soul Core, is virtually indestructible to the average person, but it remains rigid and will not withstand further compression unless upgraded further, since these are already by definition organs formed from crystallized ether and soul energy. As for miniaturization, it is the exact opposite of the gigantism skill used by Boris with the help of his tattoos. The object actually becomes smaller, and there are two different types. The first one is similar to compression, but the pressure exerted on the atoms of the object or the individual is homogeneous. The object or individual will weigh the same despite their reduced size, and even if the material capacities will not be affected, the cost in ether and the mechanical constraints undergone will be proportional to the miniaturization cost. Even if overall the pressure exerted will remain the same as for compression, it will be better distributed and is not limited by the object's shape. The second type of miniaturization is more like magic. The object is really miniaturized, but its capacities are diminished. Basically, the object truly becomes smaller. To do this, the matter composing the object is converted back into energy, then into ether, and this ether will be preserved by being stored in the ether runes sustaining the miniaturization spell. This is by far the most practical solution at your current level. Jake was tempted, he didn't deny it. His boundless growth spurt had become a complex recently, and he feared in a day not that far from now he would no longer be able to pass through a doorway. The two miniaturization spells would allow him to solve this problem. Compression could be replicated with his telekinesis, but it was proportional to his body strength, mental strength, and focus. This ether spell overrode these basic limitations and would require nothing but ether if he decided to purchase the skill. Because of its restrictions, this spell was the cheapest of the three, but also the least appropriate for his situation. The other two miniaturization ether spells were must-haves that he should definitely acquire in the near future. The first one would allow him to reduce his size, while keeping his strength within the limit of his physical tolerance, while the second one would allow him to sneak in everywhere, without any counterpart. These two ether spells would cost him much more, but it was a price he was willing to pay. Momentarily deactivating the Purgatory, his island reappeared before his eyes, including the feline gang watching him with a confused expression. "Where have you been?" Crunch meowed, clawing at the air with a silly look. "You disappeared for a while. All that was left was that object in your hands floating above the ground." "Oh." Jake was slightly taken aback. "How weird." Jake then quickly explained to the felines what his objective was, and they were eager to accompany him inside the next time. He then made his way to the LVL2 blue cube on his floating island, which with its 10 meters of side and its dazzling sapphire luminescence was impossible to miss. Familiar with the Oracle Store's various categories of items, Jake quickly found the three ether skills he wanted, but their price tag quickly turned him off. Compression LVL1 allows you to compress matter to reduce its size by up to 25% of its original size. Cost: 2B ether points. Fake miniaturization LVL1 allows you to compress matter up to 50% of its original size by exerting an even force on each particle of the object. The pressure is no longer directly felt, although damage may occur, and is therefore compatible with use on living beings. Cost: 5B ether points. True miniaturization LVL1. The target of this spell becomes truly miniaturized to 10% of its original size. The original excess mass and energy is temporarily converted to ether, resulting in a significant decrease in combatability. Cost: 50B ether points. Jake's face was ugly after he finished reading. The bitter feeling in his throat could not be more real, and a flurry of insults to the oracle threatened to spill from his lips. Fuck. She, who had already given up her holographic form, immediately consoled him as best she could. It was predictable. The Ordeal store's prices are discounted considerably. Those in the Oracle store, unfortunately, were too. When you finish your first 4 ordeals that act as a tutorial, the prices will return to their original value. There are so many things that affect the prices in the Oracle store that it's hard to explain in a few words. The prices displayed in front of you may well be higher or lower for another evolver. Jake furrowed his brow slightly as he heard this. It reminded him of the dubious business practices of large companies using trackers to retrieve information about their customers and slightly modulate their prices and the items offered accordingly. The Oracle obviously didn't need trackers to know everything about them. He remembered receiving a similar explanation from Agent Karu when he had purchased his floating island regarding the cost of using a yellow cube based on distance. The price of long-distance teleportation was constantly rising, but was still relatively affordable for proactive evolvers like himself. However, as soon as the chosen destination exceeded the distance that the cube's ether cores could handle, the cost would immediately become exorbitant. Even the food magically generated by the Oracle store was, according to She, cheap by the Oracle store standards. A 20-point pizza might seem outrageous to a civilian who never leaves his Oracle shelter, but for a food magically created out of pure ether, it was actually a bargain. After several ordeals and many battles, Jake still had not been able to determine the exact conversion rate between ether, energy, and matter. The energy to matter conversion was governed by the famous formula E equals mc squared, but the conversion of ether to energy was much more abstract. When the ether density was 60, did that mean that there were 60 ether points per cubic meter? Not really. In practice, there were 3 times less, which was consistent with the ether stat encodings working on creatures of 3 cubic meters or less. Beyond that, increasing an ether stat by 1 point was actually much more expensive. Besides, what could 60 points really accomplish if they spent it on an ether spell? It was hard to say. If he absorbed all the ether into a sphere with a radius of 30 m to cast a fireball spell, that would theoretically be over 2.2 m ether points. Yet the fireball resulting from all that ether would not exceed the power of a small grenade. To increase its power, most of the energy was usually drawn from the caster's cells and soul, which were more available sources of energy, but also more difficult to restore. Offensive techniques that produced a lot of heat or light might seem impressive at first, but they actually consumed the least amount of ether. Techniques involving the creation of stable matter, such as those used by the Oracle to create food, were infinitely more expensive and challenging even for experienced etherists. In addition, many visually stunning ether spells were often the result of temporary magic. For instance, the elemental flames of Enya and Essia were not real flames, but simply had the appearance and properties of real flames. Chapter 509 Bewitching Spell. Then, what should I do? Jake asked as he resolved to accept this harsh reality. He longed for those oracle skills, but they were far too expensive for him at the moment. Despite his need to keep the purgatory in his body, it wasn't like it was an absolute emergency. If necessary, he could very well carry it around with him in a backpack as he had done up until now with all sorts of items he almost never parted with. You'll need true miniaturization LVL2 to make the purgatory small enough to be stored in your body without interfering with its function. In the end, she confirmed his doubts, bringing him back to his starting point. The problem wasn't solved, but at least now he knew the solutions. What's bothering you? A deep, thundering voice sounded in his ears. Startled, Jake turned around to stumble upon the huge tiger Shere Khan. He was not familiar with the majestic feline, who compared to the lion was usually much more reserved. This was his first conversation with the tiger, and his English was surprisingly perfect, as if he had always lived among humans. It's nothing. As always with the Oracle, I have the solution to my problem, but never enough ether to implement it. Jake lamented with a dejected look on his face. The lion Mufasa joined the tiger and lay nonchalantly on the dry ground, crossing his front paws comfortably. How much ether are we talking about? And for what? The feline king asked calmly. Maybe we can help you? Jake was about to reply that he could manage on his own, not thinking for a second that this pack of felines could solve his financial problems, but he was somewhat taken aback by the lion's serene demeanor. From the feline's expression, if it was just an ether matter, no problem was impossible to solve. Yet Jake could not simply accept help from these animals. Even if they had the resources to help him, his pride wouldn't allow it. Taping into his cat's fortune was a whole different thing. After all, the silly cat had no idea what to do with his ether other than to sit on it greedily like a dragon brooding over his treasure. We're talking about billions of points. Jake evoked vaguely to dissuade the lion. It was also a way for him to probe the depth of the aristocat's pockets. Upon hearing the sum, Mufasa wrinkled what might have been his eyebrows had the area not been covered in fur, then exchanged a look with Shere Khan. Far from being cowed by the number, their reaction was simply that of people having to pay a large sum of money, but not one that would severely impact their savings. After exchanging another glance between them, Shere Khan spoke up this time. You're probably wondering why we're offering you our assistance so easily, aren't you? He pointed with a slight smile, which only revealed his long, sharp fangs. That is indeed a question I have. Jake admitted honestly. Even after earning all that ether, I feel like I can never have enough. Our situation is the opposite. The tiger said, because we only need to devour our enemies and digest their ether and soul to evolve, we don't need all those ether skills. Because of our morphology and our natural weapons like our fangs or claws, we don't need weapons, armor, or machines like you humans do. Our fingers do not allow us to manipulate them easily, and we are not used to these technologies. Comparatively, it's much easier for us to depend on a human to take care of these kinds of things. Jake understood their perspective, but he also had a lot to say about it. Why not just buy the ether skill telekinesis to replace your fingers? Why not just familiarize yourself with these technologies now that your intelligence is sufficient? Even if you evolve effortlessly by devouring your victims, I doubt it will be enough. Pardon the expression, but in the end you are just fat cats. You may have gotten bigger and stronger, but your anatomy hasn't fundamentally changed. Do any of you even have an ether skill to speak of? What for? Mufasa growled disdainfully. My claws and fangs are enough to rip my enemies apart. I need no outside help. No digesto armor has ever resisted one of my bites. The tiger shrugged proudly, snapping its jaw menacingly. Please tell me that at least one of you got a bloodline? A bloodline? I am and will remain a glorious African lion. Mufasa roared solemnly. The other felines soon professed their pedigree one after the other with the same verve. Somewhat dispirited, Jake looked up at the sky, B-R-L-Y holding back from face-palming out of frustration. So if I understand correctly, Jake recapped, massaging his temples. None of you have any ether skill. All the felines shook their heads except Crunch, who briefly raised his paw before hastily lowering it. A mischievous glint flashed in his eye as he snuck a peek at the female leopard a few feet away. Suspicious, Jake exercised his privilege to access his pet's information and B-R-L-Y held back a snort when he found out that Crunch had picked up the grade 2 ether encodings of both charm and charisma. He also had an ether skill that worked exclusively on females, and by capitalizing on his charm, charisma, and natural pheromones could affect their opinion of him, making him more credible and desirable. What a wretched cat. Jake cursed inwardly with a disgusted expression. There was something very alarming about the mere fact that such ether skills existed. Although Jake had been browsing the Oracle store in his spare time, the number of ether skills was as broad as his imagination. Depending on their creator and intricacy, thousands of similar skills could be listed under different names, and the Oracle system would simply assign them a rating, a price, and some requirements for obtaining them, such as the Oracle rank. Inspired by his cat's example, Jake specifically went looking for these types of immoral and despicable skills in the Oracle store and indeed found hundreds of spells and techniques in the same vein. With some trepidation, he discovered that his cat's ether skill was rather meek compared to some techniques that could only be described as demonic. As Jake read through all of these ether skills, he quickly noticed that the more specific the target of these skills, the more powerful they were for the same price. For example, Crunch's ether skill for female felines was twice as effective as the ether skill of the same name for all feline species. It may have seemed harmless and predictable, but Jake immediately understood the terrible implications that this kind of skill could have. These dark techniques were not curse magic, but they shared some of the same traits. If the number of requirements were high, cheap ether skills could generate extraordinary power against the right target. With a knot in his stomach and a niggling feeling of foreboding, Jake rummaged through the long list of seduction spells until he found one that chilled him to the bone. Bewitchment spell, N degree 8546. Seduction spell working specifically on humanoid males between 20 and 30 years old, possessing the following bloodlines: Myrmidian bloodline, Eltarian bloodline, Beskirian bloodline, Cantharian bloodline. The presence of several of these bloodlines in the same organism will increase the victim's vulnerability to this spell. Its effects are also enhanced by the caster's natural attractiveness, charm, and charisma. The victims of this spell will feel an unreasonable attraction to the caster comparable to love at first sight, will trust him/her blindly, and will be naturally inclined to believe and obey any of his/her commands, even if they are detrimental to their own person. Extremely difficult to notice and counter, and can be cast from a very long distance, 100 times the range of the spirit body. Once the spell has been successfully cast, its effects linger over time due to the profound neurochemical and spiritual changes in the victim's brain and soul. Ether cost, 25 BPTS. The existence of such a technique came as a shock to him, reminding him for the umpteenth time of the immeasurable danger of the mirror universe. The very idea that someone somewhere had specifically created a technique to control him was horrifying. Why are there all these techniques? What's the point of creating all these immoral and ethically questionable ether spells? Jake couldn't help but voice the doubts that plagued him. Now that he knew such techniques existed, he felt insecure. Had the Oracle, the New Earth government, or even passers-by he'd crossed paths with on Thelma shamelessly cast such a spell on him without his knowledge? The very idea could give him nightmares. Because it is possible, she answered with a sigh. The mirror universe is vast. As soon as an ether spell is created by the holder of an Oracle device, it is added to the Oracle store with or without the creator's consent. If it is a low-level spell, the Oracle system can model and customize them on demand for an exorbitant fee, but for advanced skills, the creator gets royalties. The same goes for knowledge or mastery manuals. An ether skill involves transplanting a set of ether runes into an individual's ether code to automate the process, and some techniques are so complex that their accessibility is limited. They can also be ripped from an enemy and marketed once the ether code has been purified of its unwanted elements. I see. Don't worry. The probability of an evolver casting such a spell on you is extremely low. Just because a skill exists doesn't mean there is no way to prevent it. You could, for example, wrap your brain and spirit body in liquid alloy permanently to keep your mind from outside influences. It will cost you a permanent mental effort, but it should be within your reach on B842. Having an overwhelming advantage in intelligence, extrasensory perception, and spirit body will also make it harder to perform these techniques. Your true will is also an excellent countermeasure, although it is limited to the principles and values it was created with. As long as it exists, it will be difficult for such a spell to force you to betray yours or the values you hold most dear. Just keep in mind that some enemies can imbue this type of ether skill with their own true will. Some people and creatures are wicked enough that their deepest D.S.R. and ambition is literally to enslave and control others. They don't really care about their own mental integrity as long as they continue to experience the thrill of manipulating the destiny of the people around them like marionettes. As she said these last words, she's tone was extremely serious, and Jake sensed that she was speaking from experience. Clearly, the original she had encountered such individuals before. Chapter 510 Business Plan. Why don't you say anything more? Mufasa suddenly interrupted her, tilting his head inquiringly. After our answer, you became strangely concerned. Jake had to praise the giant lion's observational skills. It's all right. I've just become aware of some dangers. He brushed off their worries absent-mindedly with a pretense of a smile, without forgetting to shoot a heavy glance at his cat Crunch. The black ball of fur got goosebumps when he felt his master's sanctimonious gaze, but his response was simply to sit on his hindquarters, raise one of his hind legs, and reach down to lick his crotch without a care in the world. Jake's face twitched, but he held back from kicking him again. From now on, you must use your ether points to develop your bloodline and ether skills. Jake continued in a more serious manner as he turned to the other felines. His cat had already chosen his path and was already beyond redemption. By the way, what do you usually do with your ordeal credits? I'd be surprised if the Oracle system didn't offer you some kind of reward. Shere Khan, Mufasa, and the other felines curled their chops in response and cracked an ugly, fong-filled grin. The rewards were perfect. What do you think of my mane? Mufasa proudly raised his head in the air to expose his thick black and gold mane that encircled his head and neck like a piece of thick armor. Jake had never paid attention to these cosmetic details, thinking they were the normal consequences of their evolution, but that was apparently not the case. Dominant African lions usually had a darker, fuller mane than other lions, and if they lost their position as alpha, it tended to thin out. From this standpoint, it was totally normal for Mufasa to be proud of his mane, but it was also not surprising given his power and position as leader of the Aristocats. So what was so special about that mane for him to be willing to spend his ordeal credits on it? Thankfully, Mufasa didn't let him ramble on for long. Gladly sharing his oracle status, Jake got his first glimpse of the feline stats. On paper, his ether stats were nothing to write home about, being exactly the same as the ambient ether density, namely 62. On the other hand, his body stats were terrifying, and each of his physical attributes were further augmented by the cumulative bonuses and effects of his previous cosmetic choices. Body status. Species, African lion. Height, 7.28 meters. Weight, 6,856 kilograms. Strength, 5,686 points. Constitution, 8,563.4 points. Vitality, 7,652 points. Intelligence, 67 points. Perception, 2,897 points. Passive ether skills. Nemean skin, near invulnerability to blunt and piercing attacks. Body constitution of skin 100. Mane of Mysis, gives the wearer a natural affinity with the wind ether. Because of its sacred origin, it also amplifies receptivity to ether. Ether stats equals 40 times local ether density. Nurgle's claws and fangs, nothing can resist them. They are imbued with the properties corrosion, disintegration, bleeding, and life drain. These abilities are enhanced by feeding on the blood and fears of their prey. These properties can also be infused into the ether. King's Roar, each of your growls, snarls, and roars has an intimidating, coercive, and domineering effect on those who hear it that is proportional to the mental strength, loudness, and emotional charge involved, including intent and true will. If used at full strength, this passive attribute can serve as the foundation for devastating mental and offensive techniques. The lion had only a few passive skills in his arsenal, but each had incredible attributes. The first two in particular rendered Mufasa extremely dangerous in the initial stages of a new ordeal. Interestingly, he had also awakened his true will stat, which was blatantly labeled Lion Pride. In the wild, dominant lions could fight to the death for hours on end even after being castrated or having their spines snapped in half. The unwavering fighting instinct that characterized these animals was probably enough to cause this very special stat to awaken. If Jake faced the lion here and now, he might have a chance with his intelligence by skillfully handling and combining his various techniques to enhance his attacks and exploit the feline's weaknesses. But that was only true because the ether density on B842 was a measly 62. If Jake had encountered the lion during his last ordeal, he would have been completely helpless. His ether stats would have been close to 2,500, and the disadvantage would have been impossible to offset. Even if he could miraculously devise a plan to win fair and square, Mufasa would only need a spontaneous attack to ruin his efforts. Escape would have been the only way out. Shere Khan had an oracle status with similar perks to Mufasa, except that he specialized more in speed and ambush. He was also more intelligent and could generate powerful electric currents with his fur. The other felines in the group had their own unique abilities based on their own morphological characteristics, which were commonplace at first glance. There were obvious limitations to this progression model, but Jake also saw it as an interesting alternative in his quest for power. A new path that could complement his bloodline's approaching limits. Having received the answers he was looking for, Jake brought the central topic back to the table. "How much ether are you able to give me?" he asked seriously, addressing both the lion and the tiger. The two majestic felines exchanged glances, then Shere Khan nodded. "Thanks to Will, our daily hunts have generated a profit of several 100 million ether points per day, and sometimes even several billion when the hunt is good." Jake gasped as he heard these staggering numbers. He hadn't kept up with the rate of digester blood in corpses on B842, but he doubted that their market value had increased that much in such a short time. It was impossible to achieve this feat by exterminating low-level digesters. "What kind of digesters do you hunt every day?" he asked, suddenly intrigued. "The kind of prey that gives us the chills," the giant lion exclaimed valiantly. "KN?" his lips without going into further detail. "Crunch," Jake inquired directly to his cat. "Mufasa and Shere Khan only hunt rank 7 and 8 digesters." The Himalayan Persian shrugged as he continued to groom himself. "Will buys us each liter of rank 7 digester blood for 10,000 ether points and rank 8 for 100,000 points. The corpses are our food, but the ones left over are also sold for 10 to 1,000 times those amounts." Jake did a quick mental calculation and was dumbfounded as he realized the absurd amount of ether this could represent. Rank 7 and 8 digesters were rarely small. The pterosaur-like digester was absolutely titanic, weighing in at a minimum of several dozen tons. A creature like this must have packed several tons of blood. The blood of a rank 7 of this size would therefore yield at least 10 ether points, while a rank 8 would fetch at least 10 times that. Add to that the value of the corpses of the high-rank digesters, whose claws, horns, teeth, and organs were valuable materials in high demand, and you can imagine the huge sums of money the felines earned every day. On top of that, knowing Will's business acumen, it was a safe bet that he was buying back these digesters' remains and blood at a slightly below market price. In other words, Will was making money. No wonder he was so generous before their third ordeal, generously donating the ether each needed before they started their ordeal. Jake promised himself that he would have a serious talk with him about where exactly all that ether was going. However, Jake was not fooled, nor was he jealous. He was also aware that such large amounts of ether were not so easily earned. The rank 7 Pterosaurus digester had been a terrifying opponent that had left a deep impression on him. So much so, that even with his current strength he was irrationally apprehensive about fighting it again. The trees had been uprooted over several dozen meters by the lion's roar, and the digester's shrill cry had caused equally devastating damage to the clash's surroundings. Only now did he know that the lion had instinctively mobilized his innate control of the wind with his mane of mysis and the repressive power of his king's roar to generate such a gust. He, who at the time had only a haphazard understanding of ether, had thought their ether stats much greater than they really were at the time, but he knew now that this fight had been much riskier than he had thought. Any mistake and Mufasa and Shere Khan would have been pulverized. As for a rank 8 digester, Jake may never have encountered one before. The silver butterfly accompanying the Pterosaurus digester might have been a rank 6 specializing in intelligence. "For now I'll be fine, but I'd like to go with you on your next hunt after we deal with Kyle's problem." Jake ultimately resisted extorting their ether from them. There was no lack of D.S.R., and he would certainly negotiate a deal with them, but it was more interesting for him to make them lasting allies rather than naive tenants acting at will. "Do you need our help?" Shere Khan asked amiably. Jake considered the offer for a second before shaking his head. "That should be fine, but if you reboard you can tag along." All the felines' eyes without exception sparkled in anticipation as they heard they were most welcome. They hunted digesters for food, but it was primarily because they were bored stiff. Chapter 5:11 Didactic Mode. After that, Jake turned his attention back to his purgatory and tested the other features available to him, including the spaceship mode and the offensive and defensive modes that allowed him to produce different types of combat units or attacks within the Purgatory Dream. The spaceship feature was by far the most eye-catching. It could also be considered an illusion of the Purgatory Dream, but it fulfilled all its duties. Based on a blueprint of a 7th-generation consortium warship, this ship had the same durability and performance as the latter. Even energy attacks, such as plasma cannons and other futuristic oddities, were functional over short distances, disintegrating only seconds after leaving the Purgatory's confines. The only heavy weapons of limited value were the solid ammunition guns that depended on shells, torpedoes, and other types of metal bullets. Unless fired at close range, this kind of illusion would not last long enough to develop significant tactical potential. However, it was not the Purgatory's offensive and defensive potential that interested Jake, but its ability to move. This ship could reach superluminal speeds of up to 5 times the speed of light. This may seem insignificant on the scale of the mirror universe, or even be 842, but for Jake it opened up many options. For example, Will's floating island, which had been blown several tens of kilometers away during the incident with the space digesters, was now not all that far away. In the same way, if one day the cubes became non-operational, or if an event required an evacuation or a forced relocation, he would be able to react. Most interestingly, the ship was actually larger than his own floating island, and therefore encompassed it. So not only could he move freely in the cosmos, but he could also take his island with him. Jake then visited the interior of his ship, enjoying the luxurious and brand-new furniture, as well as the various recreation rooms that had been made available to the non-existent staff. It should not be forgotten that this ship model was originally intended for the Inquisition, Fluid Masters, and other prominent members of the consortium. Ordinary citizens of the Six Brotherhoods had probably never seen one, let alone set foot inside one. Once the tour of the ship was concluded, Jake then proceeded to visit the various training modules. After a little fiddling with his artifacts interface, Jake found hundreds of specific tutorials and training courses. Of course, he found the many monster game roles from his previous ordeal, including the various professions and other jobs that Jake had not been lucky or unlucky enough to get. The original creator of the artifact was Sigmar, and therefore the Purgatory was designed as a multifunctional toy to entertain and educate his son. With nothing to prove, Sigmar had not sought to influence his son's destiny, perhaps wrongly so, letting him try out any role he wanted, letting him learn and have fun as he wished. Going through all the training modules and other simulations available, Jake was able to almost reconstruct Sigmar's creative process and benevolent state of mind when he designed the artifact. The basic roles, such as baker, grocer, farmer, etc., were authentic, but totally worthless from the point of view of a player like him. The rewards, on the other hand, were the real deal. Jake doubted that Sigmar had been able to cast any soul glyph at the time he created the Purgatory, but the rewards were beyond clear and all listed. All the tutorials suggested, if completed flawlessly, would grant the corresponding soul glyph to the one who completed them. Depending on the difficulty, these soul glyphs could be upgraded, and there were even special soul glyphs when certain objectives were reached. Nilreg may have tampered with the artifact and imposed his rules during the monster game, but he was only using what was already there. If he could have gotten all of these glyphs for himself, it was a given that he would have tried. The only reason he had refrained was because he had signed an agreement with the Oracle Guardians after the Aetherist Nidussus had modified the Purgatory for the purposes of the third ordeal. If Nilreg had pretended to steal the soul glyphs for himself, he would have been executed on the spot. In an ambivalent posture, he had chosen to take it easy until his digester part got the better of him and made him screw up everything. If he wanted to, Jake could also recreate a village with an environment similar to that of his previous ordeal, as well as recreate the NPCs of his choice who would then fill the roles of his choice and operate independently, as in a real, live village. Of course, this was of no interest to him. In addition to the roles created by Sigmar, Nidussus, who had made the modifications and added the soul glyphs, had also taken the opportunity to add many tutorials of his own choosing. These had obscure names, and it was not always clear what they were about, sometimes only with a question mark as a qualifier. Instantly, the environment around him changed, and he found himself in a family-sized farm amidst pigs, chickens, and ducks. He found the vegetable garden of the previous ordeal, but also the crops and orchards arranged exactly the same way. In a storeroom, he found a whole bunch of equipment and tools for tending the animals and plowing the fields. For a few minutes he wandered around the estate, visiting the small stone house, then the barn and the various pens. He wondered thoughtfully what was expected of him. No robotic voice had come to inform him of any objective, and the purgatory interface for this module was desperately silent. The only information displayed in the interface was the number of soul glyphs remaining for this workshop. He had shamefully hoped that the artifact could produce these glyphs at will, but the Oracle had obviously set limits. If that had been the case, the purgatory would not have been just a bronze artifact. For the farmer's role, there were still 100 left, more than he had hoped for, and yet less than expected. The number of participants was so high during the previous ordeal that if everyone had survived, many people would probably have gone home empty-handed using their reward cards too late. Besides, except for the unambitious weaklings, no one would stick around as a farmer or baker until the end of the monster game. Players would naturally seek to acquire better roles and upgrade them as much as possible to maximize their rewards. In other words, the farmer soul glyphs might have been ignored until the very end, but not the more interesting glyphs like those for the assassin or lord role. He would have to check all this as soon as possible. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be far fewer soul glyphs left for those roles. Not everyone had chosen to save their platinum reward card for later. Those who had BRLY survived the first round had certainly decided to use their card immediately to guarantee at least one reward. Somewhat thrown off by the omnipresent silence, Jake continued to wander around until he found an old man dozing in an antique rocking chair. The man had tanned, wrinkled skin from years of hard work in the hot sun and looked like a typical 1950s peasant. The most noticeable feature of his appearance was the straw hat pulled down over his face and the wheat ear protruding from between his lips. Had he not been sitting in his chair, he would have been indistinguishable from the scarecrow standing a few feet away. "Hello, sir. I'm sorry to bother you, but what am I supposed to do?" No reaction. Appearing to be fast asleep, Jake did not hold it against the farmer and repeated his question a second time. Once again, the farmer turned a deaf ear and continued to snooze. Growing annoyed with the stupid setting, Jake gently patted the old man on the shoulder before shaking him violently after the peasant had ignored him for the 5th time in a row. It was only after Jake had amply tested the limits of this rocking chair that the peasant actually deigned to wake up, blinking with a haggard look in his eyes. "Who are you? What the heck are you doing in my house?" Jake held back his urge to strangle him as he saw his perfectly genuine reaction. Obviously, Sigmar or Nidusys had been having a lot of fun configuring these NPCs. Even talking to them was annoying. "I just moved here, and since I've always dreamed of farming and growing my own vegetables, I'd like to take this chance to learn the ropes of being a farmer," Jake replied in a falsely sincere tone, flashing his best smile. "HMF." The farmer snorted disdainfully at his cheesy tone. "Tell the truth instead. You want that soul glyph, right?" At that moment, a glowing symbol of pale yellow manifested itself above the old man's head like a mirage before disappearing just before Jake could grab it. His reflexes had not lagged at all. As soon as the glyph had appeared, he had mobilized all of his ether of strength and contracted all of his muscles, including his telekinesis and bloodline ignition to steal it, but he fell short. This peasant was not as simple as he appeared at first. "Nice try. I like your energy, kid." The farmer grunted mockingly as he abruptly stood up with a bright-eyed look. He then dusted off his filthy, stained pants with his equally filthy hands before starting to walk towards his vegetable garden. Jake stupidly watched the peasant walk away, unsure of what to do, until he heard him bellowing in the distance. "What are you waiting for? Do you want to be a farmer or not?" Chapter 5:12 How Dare You? A few dozen minutes later, Jake deactivated the purgatory with a splitting headache and an expression of intense frustration on his face. He couldn't count the number of times he dreamed of strangling the old man. It was indeed farming 101. In that boring half hour, Jake didn't learn much. Quite the opposite. Instead, he was exploited like a lowly servant and forced to do all sorts of menial tasks like milking a cow or cleaning manure. After this traumatic experience, he was already less optimistic about his ability to obtain these soul glyphs. He almost regretted Nilreg's monster game. At least in that game, accumulating rolls and collecting reward cards was still relatively accessible. Despite the feeling of being taken for a fool and free labor, the peasant had still fulfilled his duty. Every thankless task he had been given had been explained at length to eliminate any possible confusion. It was concise and clear, and with Jake's elephantine memory, these instructions would be etched in his mind forever. On the other hand, the farmer never stopped talking once he started, and his words were a treasure trove of information. He didn't just limit himself to the task at hand, but also took the opportunity to discuss all sorts of topics. His knowledge was light years ahead of that of a peasant lost in the countryside. On several occasions, Jake heard him mention strange names and number sequences, and it took him a few minutes to realize that he was referring to actual locations in the mirror universe. The terminology he was using to speak was also Oraclean, and if he hadn't memorized an entire dictionary on the subject, he probably would have been completely clueless. After that painful half hour, Jake had unapologetically called it a day, but he couldn't exactly say that his time was completely wasted either. His instincts were telling him that an equivalent manual in the Oracle store would not be as affordable as one might think at first thought. The felines, who meanwhile had continued to nap, groom themselves or frolic around, perked up when they saw him reappear. "Is it time?" Crunch asked excitedly, wagging his tail like a dog. "It should be," Jake muttered half-heartedly. He then contacted Will again to find out the latest on his investigation, and the businessman solemnly announced that he had managed to get some news through the civilian and player hall. As for the additional information, he had obtained it from Svara herself. Remembering that his former temporary slave was indeed a Nawai, Jake figured it was indeed the right thing to do, even though he had no intention of involving anyone in this rescue mission. Svara asked to come. Will mentioned with slight hesitation. Jake frowned as he considered this option, but in the end he simply shrugged. "She's free to do what she wants. If she wants to come with us, that's up to her, but it'll probably be dangerous." Will laughed bitterly in response. "It is precisely because she knows how dangerous this Nawai warlord is that she asked to come. I got the impression she wouldn't mind a little score settling, if you know what I mean." Jake remembered that Svara was an independent woman looking for recognition and fulfillment. She was the equivalent of a feminist born in the Middle Ages. The Nawai were so primitive, both biologically and psychologically, that each gender and their behavior was distinctly defined. There would never be any room for communication or progress as long as the Nawaya women would accept submission and the males would let their testosterone and green bean IQs dictate their behavior. On top of that, their morphological differences worked so much against the women that without the Oracle, it would have taken a miracle to break this macho and tyrannical spiral. Jake couldn't imagine what she had gone through to develop this strength of character, but after living in such a society and getting the chance to extricate herself from it, it was impossible for Svara not to feel a deep resentment. "There's something else too," Will resumed in an even more hesitant and embarrassed manner, if that were even possible. "What is it?" Jake asked without really understanding the businessman's shy and uptight attitude. He didn't know him to be so fearful and cautious under normal circumstances. Nothing. Let's deal with the Kyle problem first." You better hurry. I'll try to buy you some time." Hearing his comrade's nonsensical spiel, Jake was overcome by a strange shiver of unease. It wasn't fear, but a sudden trepidation at the approach of something that was likely to cause him a lot of trouble. "All right, let's go." He capitulated with nary a second thought. His keen instincts had saved him more than once, and he trusted them more than he trusted the Oracle system, even if he was bordering on paranoia at times. "Let's meet on Thelma in 5 minutes." Without further ado, he contacted Kyle, who didn't bother asking why they weren't just meeting on his island to talk. All that mattered to him was that they were finally going to save his sister. Jake then informed the felines of their rendezvous point, and they put their big paws on the yellow cube one by one to meet him there. When only he was left, he took one last look at his uninhabited island, and out of the corner of his eye he suddenly spotted a speck of reddish light approaching at high speed from the cosmos. The only thought he had before he disappeared was that this bright light was coming from Will's island. Enya or Essia? Well, whatever. He didn't bother any further and focused instead on the huge platform covered with yellow cubes he was standing on. Whether it was pure luck or a twist of fate, Jake reappeared at the exact same yellow cube from his last visit and recognized the same old alien named Roth who had answered his questions the last time. Upon recognizing him, Roth greeted him with a friendly wave. The alien was his usual self with his grayish skin, floppy ears, and a long mustache. He still wore his rusty armor covered with gashes, and a long, frayed black cloak hung loosely down his back. One notable change, however, was that the warrior was no longer twice his size. This was not because the alien had shrunk, but because Jake had grown quite a bit taller since then. The veteran made sure to bring this to his attention. "Hey kid, if you keep growing like that, you're going to outsize me." Roth laughed out loud. "I can't wait for that day to come. You can take my place and I can retire, haha." Jake strained to laugh as well, but deep down he was definitely not amused. "Hopefully, I won't get that big too soon. Preferably never," he replied in a tentatively detached tone, but he was almost wincing. Fortunately, Roth wasn't too well versed in human expressions, and his reaction felt perfectly normal to him. Bored to tears, he naturally followed up with another question. "What brings you here?" "Shopping. If only. This is a rescue mission. A friend of mine's sister has signed a slave contract with a primitive, libidinous alien, and I have to find a way to rescue her." Roth grimaced as he heard this. "Tisk, nasty business. Rarely does this kind of story end well." The old alien growled grimly. "You'd better give up." "Why's that?" Jake was somewhat taken aback by the veteran's pessimistic attitude. "Because if he is not the ultimate moron, his current master has already put her through hell. You may save her, but be prepared to get a wreck back. I won't hide from you that psychotherapeutic soul skills don't grow on trees, and they have more than unreliable effects. And if he's not too stupid, he'll stay holed up in an oracle shelter or his floating island, and I wish you good luck in forcing him out. If he's as horrible as you claim, he'll be too attached to his comfort to risk everything on a whim. You better pray that the rise in his intelligence wasn't enough to instill some sense into him, and that he'll respond to your provocations." Jake was about to retort that he would find a solution somehow, but he finally caught sight of the familiar figure of his comrades waving at him. "My friends are here. I have to go. See you around." "See you around." Roth waved at him as he returned to his post. "Tell me how your rescue went next time. Maybe I'll get something out of it." His last words seemed full of optimism, but his expression said absolutely the opposite. Having already spent too much time with the disillusioned alien, Jake walked away without looking back and met up with Kyle and were walking toward him. A few seconds later, Svara appeared and told them their next destination before disappearing into a yellow cube again. Jake and the others followed in her wake, and they vanished from Thelma as if they had never been here. On Jake's floating island, seconds after he disappeared into the yellow cube, a reddish flame comet collided with his island's force field before ricocheting pitifully. After two more collisions, the comet gradually stopped glowing, and a flame red-haired man in his 40s appeared on top of the island on the other side of the force field. This man wore a fire archmage's exquisite robe of the same color as his hair. The texture was reminiscent of velvet, but was embellished with numerous gold-colored stitched patterns that recalled the flames enveloping him. Actually, this outfit was more of an overcoat than a robe, and the middle-aged man wore underneath a pair of soft black leather pants and a thin armor of the same color and inlaid with rubies. In addition to this flamboyant outfit, his fingers were adorned with gold rings set with huge gems, as were his neck and ears with heavy pendants and earrings. The resulting look could be called eccentric, but anyone who made that mistake would not live long. All of a sudden, the red-haired middle-aged man took a deep breath despite the lack of air in the sidereal void, swallowing back his own flames, then bellowed out red with anger. "Jake, show yourself before I gut you. How dare you defile my daughter?" Chapter 5:13 Cowardice is their prison. A wave of red flames crashed against the shield again, but only caused an insignificant ripple before fading away without causing any visible damage. The mage was about to rant again when two smaller, pinkish comets stabilized beside him. As their radiance dissipated, two beautiful young women with long, silky pink hair were revealed in the light of the ether sun core. "Dad, I already told you this was a misunderstanding." Essia hastily clung to her father's arm like a koala bear in the vain hope of preventing him from committing another folly. Her baby skin was as red as a beetroot from embarrassment. Inya, who was standing behind, facepalmed while stifling a long, exasperated sigh. "Father, I already told you nothing happened," the elder sister repeated in an exhausted voice. "He merely saved our lives, and we've been part of his faction ever since. Simply saved your lives, my ass. The rabid man, who bore an uncanny resemblance to them, went completely mad upon hearing this. He stole my darling daughter's first kiss. If he's worthy, he'll have to marry her. If not, he will die by my hand. Jerking out of his daughter's embrace, he resumed banging against the force field with enormous fireballs. Ignoring everyone, the impacts continued to reverberate, generating huge shockwaves until the fire archmage finally got tired of it. After a while, unable to stand it any longer, Enya snapped. Dad, stop it. You can see there's no one here. Believe me, he's not the type to hide. If he was here, he would have smashed your face in long ago. HMMPH, that remains to be proven. Their father harumphed with an unconvinced scowl. In that case, where is he? Cough, cough. Jake isn't here. He'll be back in a few hours. An embarrassed cough echoed from the other side of the shield. If Jake had been there, he would have recognized Will, who had joined him on Thelma a short time later. Having his trust and no hostile intent, the businessman was obviously allowed to teleport to his island. Is that you, Jake? This is the scruffy guy you have chosen. The fire archmage sneered with deep disappointment. He smells like a crooked merchant. I already told you I didn't want a salesman in my house. Will intended to smooth things over to buy Jake some time, but the contemptuous insults immediately cut off his desire to argue with this oddball. Without any reluctance, he joined Jake and Kyle on Thelma, leaving the father of the two sisters to fuss all alone. And who cared if he tried to kill them when they returned? That was Jake's problem anyway. God damn it. When are you going to stop being like that? Enya sharply huffed, her voice suddenly rising to a high pitch. Mom already left you because of your sick jealousy. Do you want to lose your daughters the same way? From dull anger to an expression dripping with guilt, the family man instantly shifted his attitude, morphing willingly into a wimp. Forgive me, my darling daughter. It won't happen again. I promise not to do anything to that young man. I just want to talk with him for a few minutes. As he said this, both sisters heard his knuckles crack against each other as he clenched his teeth so hard they could be heard grinding from over a mile away. If Jake really did appear before his eyes, he'd probably be taken over on the spot by a ferocious beast that didn't respond to anything. Dad, Enya exclaimed, glaring at him. If you keep this up, I'm going to ban you from my floating island and you'll only be able to see us in your dreams. You wouldn't dare? Oh yes, we would. The two sisters retorted in one voice, hands on hips with a fierce expression on their doll-like faces. When necessary, they could show their fangs too. Their father stared at them in turn, his mind torn between the urge to keep his daughter's approval and the urge to heed his instincts to get rid of that evil boy Jake Wilderth, who could only be a terrible influence on his beloved girls. One thing was for sure, before they got involved with him, they would never have dared to confront him like that. Thankfully, his common sense finally kicked in. The floating island's force field below him was unbreachable, and he would only be wasting his time struggling here. Besides, his time was extremely valuable. Between his duties to the Velsio's empire and his status as the Velsio clan's duke, he was a busy man, not to mention the many enemies of the empire and his family who were on the lookout for the slightest misstep on his part. The truth was that their family was in a tight spot. Fine, I'll leave him be for now. Tell him to come see me when he gets back. No way. Enya flatly refused. The way you've been acting here, there's no way we're taking him into your territory. Not to mention that you guys could get hurt. Don't worry about him. I promise not to kill him. The fire archmage guffawed sadistically as he perceived his daughter's concern. I'm not worried about him. I'm worried about you. Enya snorted angrily. Can you survive with just a head? Because he can. I demand to see. Their father was still as arrogant and angry as ever, but after this he visibly mellowed. The reality was that he was indeed stronger than Jake as it stood. With one more ordeal under his belt and his status as a fire archmage even before his first ordeal, his power was already exceptional even before he arrived on B842. Where the two sisters had been caught off guard by the loss of their mana core, their father had not been so badly affected. He had lost the massive amount of energy contained in his mana core, but the benefits his body had gained from decades of absorbing the fire element could not be invalidated so easily. As a result, his body stats were far above that of a normal human, especially his intelligence and perception. And although he was not a fire knight, His physical strength and reflexes far exceeded those of an ordinary man. His progression curve had therefore started from a higher point, and such an advantage could not be compensated for so easily. Nevertheless, he had inquired about this Jake, and the exploits of this human frightened him a little. At the speed he was evolving, if he didn't get killed in an ordeal, the sky was his limit. From what his daughters had told him, this earthling seemed terrified of dying and rather individualistic, but behaved in these ordeals extremely competitively without abandoning his comrades. However, he was also selfish, and he didn't like the way he treated his daughters like common stooges. Swallowing his grumpiness, the fire archmage took one last look at the deserted floating island below him, then with a snort disappeared in a long trail of red flames. The two sisters breathed a sigh of relief as they watched him racing back to the yellow cube on their island, but soon their anxiety returned. "Do you think it will be okay when these two-time bombs meet?" Essia murmured with a tight throat of apprehension. Enya frowned but refrained from answering. After a moment, she sighed again and said, "Worst comes to worst, you'll have to marry him." Essia turned as red as a tomato, but she did not look down. Instead, she replied valiantly, "I'm not afraid to marry him. What I fear is what will happen when he refuses." Enya opened her mouth to retort something, then finally refrained. Instead, she nodded. "You're right. That would indeed be the worst-case scenario." Meanwhile, Jake, Kyle, Will, Svara, and the gang of felines had finally reached their destination. Behind Svara, they opened their eyes one after the other and discovered their new surroundings. With an expert sweep of his eyes, Jake immediately identified the narrow platform he was standing on as the top of an Oracle Shelter's transportation tower. The yellow cube they had just arrived by was the only one present in the very center of the platform, and no one was there to greet them. It remained to be seen if they were on B-842 or a private floating island. However, given the cloudy sky shimmering above their heads and distorted by the black cube's invisible walls camouflaging the place, the answer was obvious. They were back on planet B-842. "Where are we?" Will asked nervously. It had been a long time since he had returned to such a dingy Oracle shelter, and he had forgotten about the misery and austerity that were omnipresent in these places. Here there were no Oracle guardians, no guards to ensure their safety or answer their questions. Only Oracle drones fluttering and buzzing about like a swarm of tireless flies. "We're in Buzzcock territory," Svara replied somberly with a watchful expression. "Buzzcock," Mufasa growled as he sniffed the air curiously. "The Nawai tribal leader who holds Kyle's sister. He's a local tyrant. The primitive and desperate environment here allows him to do as he pleases without fear of retribution. He's got quite a reputation around here, and not exactly a good one." "I don't get it," Kyle confessed guardedly. "Even if he's a bully, what's to stop the citizens from leaving here? There's no shortage of Oracle shelters and cities." "The price," Jake replied apathetically. "It's easy to forget, but most people stuck in these Oracle shelters don't even have the courage to leave. Without taking any risks or participating in any ordeals, how could they effectively earn ether? Even if they could, it's too late now. The digesters on the planet are much stronger than they were a month ago when we arrived. To survive, goodwill is no longer enough." Svara confirmed with a nod. "Their cowardice is their prison. The only hope they have left is the red cube. But if they're still here, it's because they don't have the courage to take the plunge. Accepting the protection of a tyrant, even an evil one, is the only solution they have left." Chapter 5:14 Outer Area. "Remember, we're not here to save everyone," Jake warned them sternly. "Whatever you see, it's not our concern. We're saving Kyle's sister, and then we re-leaving." In giving this warning, Jake was also addressing himself. Whatever they were going to see in this Oracle shelter, it was not going to be pretty. The rest of the group winced, but all nodded emphatically in agreement. Svara looked completely indifferent. He then turned to the playboy and asked, "By the way, what does your sister look like? Do you have a picture to show us?" Kyle immediately put on an embarrassed expression before handing over some photos from his old smartphone, the contents of which he had long ago downloaded to his Oracle device. In front of them appeared a photo of a young woman who was barely of age, who bore some resemblance to her older brother, but not that much either. In the photo, the two siblings were standing side by side, hugging each other in front of the camera. They were smiling and looking a little younger and naive, but mostly happy. Kyle was wearing his American Football Club jacket, a white t-shirt, and slim jeans, while the young woman was beaming with happiness. The siblings were both photogenic and would have been perfectly at home in a fashion magazine. The little brunette was half a head shorter than her brother, or 1m70, in this photo, and had a long bob as a haircut. She was exquisitely made up, but not overly so, and her look was casual like her brother's, yet exuded incredible charm. This girl was definitely popular at school and the crush of many boys her age. Jake imprinted the young woman's features in his memory, then averted his gaze from the photo. He refrained from making any pessimistic comments, but the likelihood that his sister would still look like the jovial, blossoming woman in the photo was extremely low. Not to mention the hell and abuse she had probably been through. Kyle himself was unrecognizable. Between his Myrmidian bloodline and the Myrtharian body passive, his appearance had changed significantly. "What's her name?" "Maeve," Kyle answered hastily with the greatest difficulty in hiding his anxiety. His brain had already envisioned the worst 1,000 times. He would be satisfied if his sister was still alive, but he couldn't help but hope for a miracle, which kept his anguish burning because of the low probability of that happening. Seeing his distress, Will patted his shoulders without saying a word, while Svara kept her stoic facade. She had seen this kind of drama 1,000 times in her life, and to her, Maeve's fate was nothing special. If she was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. Among the Nawai, that was the fate of all women who were unable to emancipate themselves. Jake took one last look at Kyle to make sure he wouldn't make any mistakes because of his feelings, then they set off. Just before jumping off the top of the platform, he gave his final instructions. "Let's split up for the moment and keep a low profile by mingling with the shelter's inhabitants. We'll stay in touch via our bracelets. I remind you that violence is forbidden by the Oracle here, so don't lose your temper unnecessarily. Before we save anyone, we need to understand the situation here, to identify this buzzcock and his minions. We need to know everything about their habits, mannerisms, and rituals. The big challenge will not be to meet him, but to convince him to give us back Maeve. If he refuses, we'll have to find a way to get him out of the shelter to kill him, and it will be much harder if he is wary of us. Am I clear?" "Very clear." "Then let's go." Jake nodded, then jumped down. Except for Will, who humbly decided to take the elevator, Svara, Kyle, and the felines dove in head first like a commando squad of skydivers. Within seconds, they tumbled down the huge skyscraper before landing soundlessly despite their prodigious inertia. Even Mufasa and Shere Khan, who were both massive, managed to land without attracting the slightest attention to themselves. It must also be said that there were not many people in the Oracle Shelter's inner area where the various Oracle buildings and cubes were located. This inner area could be considered as the gateway to the Oracle cities and the various Oracle facilities, and crossing its protective shield required paying a small fee. At the time, it was only a few ether points, but now it was required to pay 50 ether points just to be able to walk around in this better protected area. For the civilians, who refused to leave the shelter to hunt and had no ether points to show for it, this was already too much. The inevitable consequence was that Jake and the others ran into hardly anyone. There were, of course, a few evolvers of various alien species that looked dangerous, but very few of them managed to arouse his sense of foreboding. It was the shelter's animals that were more to be feared. Like the felines, they were not good at integrating into civilized societies, and their intelligence was often limited, if not completely lacking. Some of these animals were just monstrous in size and appearance, and next to some of these behemoths, even Mufasa looked tiny. And yet, there they were, wandering desperately in this dingy Oracle shelter, unable to understand that a better world was waiting for them within reach of yellow cubes, if only they could grasp the notion of currency. Of course, not all of these creatures were stuck here because of their limited brainpower. There were also packs of various predators and other solitary beasts that were here for the same reason as the felines, to hunt digesters for food and a living. However, even with all of these factors, Jake found the shelter's inner area to be a bit too empty, even emptier than the first Oracle shelter he had visited. With the exception of a few experienced-looking individuals, most people, creatures included, were crowded outside the inner shield and were scrambling and begging to get in. Unfortunately, their yelling and efforts did not help. Without those 50 points of ether, they were doomed to remain on the other side of the barrier. Jake couldn't help but have doubts, though, when he saw the huge, ragged crowd. Their agitation betrayed intense panic, and most of the humans present had dark circles under their eyes, betraying their severe sleep deprivation. It was as if they had been waiting there for days, so anxious that they couldn't even close their eyes at night. What's going on here? Jake wondered inwardly as he made his way towards the crowd. He didn't really have a choice. His goal was to explore the shelter's outer area by blending in with the crowd. Jake still reported what he saw to Will, who immediately volunteered to investigate the local Oracle playground instead. He wasn't thrilled with the idea of walking through such a rowdy crowd, and wouldn't really be able to show off his excellent negotiating skills. As they reached the gate, Jake, Svara, and Kyle exchanged a quick glance before heading off in different directions. They would meet up later after completing their investigations. The felines, however, dispersed into 4 groups. Shere Khan returned to protect Will, while Mufasa stayed with Kyle and Duchess with Svara. Crunch tried to tag along with the leopard, but a stern look from Jake dissuaded him. Ears lowered and looking sheepish, he had to go with his hated master. As for the other felines, they also followed Svara except for Thomas O'Malley, the cheetah, who stayed with his prankster buddy Crunch. "You don't mind if I tag along?" Thomas purred as he trotted alongside Jake with a wink. God only knew where he'd picked up that mimicry. "Fine for me," Jake muttered without much enthusiasm. That cheetah probably meant more trouble for him. Jake then walked with a yawn towards the crowd, and not seeing them move aside on his way, an annoyed frown knotted his forehead. Figuring that this would not be considered violence, he released some of his mental power and his apex predator glyph. The effect was felt immediately. The restless crowd ceased to holler and bustle with activity, and a shudder of absolute horror ran through them, compelling them to step aside. In the blink of an eye, an avenue wide enough to accommodate 3 cars aligned opened up before him. "Impressive," the cheetah whistled admiringly. Crunch rolled his eyes as if it were perfectly normal, but that didn't stop him from strutting forward with a proud, cocky face. "That was Crunch for you." Jake then walked down the alley with a jaded look on his face, and as his aura disappeared, the crowd closed in behind him, and his presence was quickly forgotten. If it wasn't for the 2 huge felines with him, he could have easily blended in with the crowd despite his unusual appearance for a human. Once in the outer area, Jake could finally appreciate human misery in all its glory. There were hardly any Earthlings or Aegeans here, but Noways and other primitive and boorish humanoid species. Most of these aliens could barely distinguish their left from their right, and he overheard all sorts of shady deals and scams carried out by crooked merchants and evolvers who saw in these stupid beasts a source of easy money. While walking through these slums, he also learned why such a crowd had gathered near the inner area fence. Apparently, this Oracle shelter was not really safe anymore. Chapter 515 Make Me. "If you want to leave this place, you know what you have to do, hee. Buzzcock is getting impatient." Jake picked up some conversation as he nonchalantly walked among all the poor people, most of whom were living in their own feces and detritus. The more fortunate ones sometimes had a tent or mattress for shelter and rest, but the smells of urine, sweat, and other bodily fluids were so strong that it almost brought tears to his eyes. Those who had been trapped here for a long time seemed to have grown numb to this misery, but passing evolvers like him reacted the same way, if they were not outright wearing a filter mask to ward off this olfactory torture. In particular, a huge, hairless canine alien walking by a few feet away had such a keen sense of smell that his entire head was concealed under a custom-made gas mask. The alien that had just spoken was a savage of about 3 meters in height, and sported a repulsive pig-like face with long incisors protruding from its upper lip that prevented it from articulating properly. His skin was pale and covered with strange orange boils that emitted a foul smell. Because of his long incisors, his speech was somewhat comical in spite of his resolutely threatening style, but none of his interlocutors dared to give him the slightest nag. They were too terrified and distressed to try anything. The group consisted of 3 humans, 4 other humanoids, and a 6-legged creature that looked vaguely like a cross between a bison and a horse, except that its fur was a bright yellow. Among the 3 humans, there was a balding, emaciated man in his 50s, as well as a young woman barely of age and a boy about 12 years old slightly better fed. Not looking alike, they were not necessarily from the same family, but circumstances had brought them together for better or for worse. Right now, it was mostly for worse. Grosh, I beg of you. Ask me anything else you want, but not that. The balding man prostrated himself on the floor, clutching tightly at the stalker alien's pants. His sobs soon dripped onto the latter's clawed feet, and the pig-like humanoid began to grunt grimly, without hiding any of his revulsion. If it wasn't for the rule against using violence, he would have broken a leg or two of this loser a long time ago. Because of these stupid rules, these vermin were getting a little too confident and showing a courage they would never normally have. Jerking his leg away from the human clutching his pants, Grosh sneered with contempt, then scolded loudly. You have until tomorrow to sign the slave contract if you want enough ether to leave this place. After that, you will become servants of Buzzcock. If signing a contract with him frightens you, you can also sign it with me. I promise, I will take good care of you. As he said these last words, he leered lewdly at the girl, which chilled them all. Even Jake, who was neutrally watching the scene, frowned slightly. This alien wasn't even human, but that didn't stop him from wanting to fornicate with species radically different from his own. On Earth, he would have been considered pansexual, but with his hideous appearance and attitude it was a safe bet that he was simply a sadistic degenerate capable of copulating with anything that had a hole in it. Maybe because of her terror, but at that moment the young woman being ogled like a piece of meat by the alien made a critical mistake. She cringed, openly showing her disgust. One might have expected this alien to be poorly versed in human expression, but it turned out to have quite a decent emotional intelligence. As he became aware of the disgust the young woman was feeling as she looked at him, a murderous glint flashed in his piggy little eyes. Because of this reaction, his soft ego took a hit, and his whole disposition changed drastically. From a simple bully playing his role as Buzzcock's proxy, the matter suddenly became personal. I was wrong. The alien suddenly exclaimed with a theatrical air that was hardly believable. It's not a day, but an hour you have left to sign the slave contract. How stupid of me, huh? If you refuse again by then, you will stay here. Who knows, maybe you'll find some balls and face death head-on when it comes. Ha ha ha. The pig-like alien then waddled away with a proud splay-footed gait befitting his natural grace, non-existent. As luck would have it, Jake happened to be on his path. Upon spotting the unfamiliar figure in front of him, Grosh immediately acted like his usual self, like a prick. Ugh, who the fuck are you? Who do you serve, motherfucker? Buzzcock? Shactler? Melcree? If you don't want to become an enemy of the great Grosh, you'd better get out of my way. Jake stood still, staring at him with a straight face. He memorized the other two names he was hearing for the first time and assumed they were probably two other local tyrants competing with Buzzcock. Hey, are you deaf? I said shoo. Grosh yelled again as he found that he had been completely ignored. Make me. Jake snorted as he stared uncaringly at his bracelet. What did you say? The alien was so shocked that he wasn't sure he heard correctly. You heard me right. If you want me to move, make me. Otherwise, fuck off. HMMPH. I'll remember that. If I run into you outside, I hope you'll be able to keep the same arrogance when I kill you. Whatever you say. Jake yawned mockingly. In the end, the alien didn't take the bait. Despite his bad temper, he knew the shelter's rules well and knew when it wasn't worth it. He had seen what happened when someone broke the rules. The Oracle drones would swarm down on the criminal to neutralize him and carry out their sentence. Whether it was simple violence or murder, the sentence was always the same. A considerable fine in ether and a reduction in experience from their Oracle rank gauge. If the victim suffered injuries as minor as a small bruise or scratch, the culprit could be charged up to 100,000 points the first time. Of course, for some behemoths, 100,000 points was nothing compared to their wealth. That's why the Oracle introduced an additional measure. After a first offense, the price of the fines would double, and so on after each additional offense. Murder and other more serious crimes were by default set at 10 ether points when the victim was of no importance. But this sum could quickly rise to exorbitant levels if the target was an influential person with a high Oracle rank or a special position. But then again, 10 ether points were a minor sum for evolvers and players of sufficient power and prestige. The real reason almost no one committed murder was because raping, robbing, or killing someone in an Oracle city or shelter always resulted in the demotion of one or more Oracle ranks. The loss of experience was easy to make up for in the lower ranks, but it quickly became a nightmare after rank 6 or 7. Unless they were completely stupid, no criminal, not even the worst psychopath, would make that mistake. The last parameter to consider was the Oracle system's predictive ability. Every individual wearing an Oracle device was part of a closed deterministic system, and therefore the vast majority of these potential crimes simply could not happen. Long before a potential criminal acted, and sometimes even before the intention arose, he would be stopped by Oracle drones or an Oracle guardian if necessary. That, however, remained in theory. In practice, although incidents were rare, they could happen exceptionally. First of all, the Oracle drones were not invincible, far from it. As the evolvers advanced, it would become increasingly difficult for these Oracle drones to ensure the residents' safety. The second crucial point was that Oracle guardians were a rather valuable resource. Most of them were on the front lines in older systems dealing with digesters, and it was generally a waste of their potential to use them to settle these minor conflicts. That's why sometimes a crime might actually happen. The probability was ridiculously low, but not zero, and no one wanted to test the limits of their luck to find out. The sentence resulting from the crime, on the other hand, was irrevocable and instantly deducted from the culprit's bracelet. The most exciting part was when the criminals were unable to pay their fine. The required ether would then be taken directly from their body, spirit body, and soul. If the convict was too weak to withstand the treatment, he or she could literally disintegrate, their entire body reverting to ether. Compared to this Grosh, Jake wasn't very familiar with all these subtleties in the rules, but he didn't feel like testing them. He did, however, have one deeply held belief, and that was that each individual had an inherent value in the eyes of the Oracle. The treatment of a criminal, in his opinion, could vary greatly from one criminal to another depending on their respective crime, their victim, their Oracle rank, and many other factors. The only thing to hope for was to be in the Oracle's good books. And on that matter, Jake wasn't very confident. After Grosh left, Jake examined the 8 refugees, and especially the 3 humans, before making up his mind to approach them. The 3 humans had also noticed him after his short altercation with the pig-faced alien and were now staring at him with wariness. The time had come to ask them why they were so desperate and in such a rush to get out of here. Chapter 5:16 Diversion. You shouldn't have stood up to Grosh. The balding man sighed with a sympathetic look of mixed anxiety and despair. He's not the strongest around here, but he's known for his cruelty. For refugees like us, this place is the only one that will take us in, but I can see that you are different. You're not afraid. Jake calmly inspected the warm, albeit fearful, attitude of this emaciated man toward him as well as that of the other 2 humans. He also glanced fleetingly at the other aliens within the group, but he had neither the time nor the inclination to pay attention to them. He had not forgotten the purpose of his presence here. Accepting the human's compliment, he immediately bombarded him with questions. Why do you want to leave here? Is there always such a crowd gathered in front of the inner shelter barrier, or has something exceptional happened recently that caused this change? Not expecting these questions at all, an incredulous stupor strained the refugee's face. He was not the only one. The young woman, the teenager, and the other aliens reacted in exactly the same way. Even the creature that looked like a cross between a bison and a horse suddenly bulged out his eyes. You don't know what's going on here. The man stammered in shock. No disrespect, but if you're not here for that, what the hell are you doing here? You should get out while you still can. Jake was somewhat taken aback by the man's selfless reaction. Despite his obvious distress, he was urging him to leave as quickly as possible without concern for their own plight. It was rare to see such benevolence. Tell me instead what's going on here so I can judge for myself, he asked patiently. Very well. The refugee still found it hard to believe, but he did his best to fill him in. It started 2 weeks ago. A rank 9 digester attacked the shelter overnight. The black cube's walls quaked, but the shields held. The Oracle drones were able to repel the digester, but not kill it. With the nearest Oracle guardians reportedly already mobilized elsewhere for some mysterious reason, an extermination mission was opened in the player and evolver halls, and other more powerful evolvers soon arrived. Jake listened intently to the balding man's account. but he couldn't help but feel dubious. A rank 9 digester was a formidable foe, even for him. But it shouldn't have been much of a problem for the Oracle and the other evolvers with 4 to 6 ordeals under their belt, especially if they cooperated and used sufficiently advanced military technology. Such evolvers were still rare on B842, but statistically speaking there were bound to be some. His reasoning was not too far from the truth. Such evolvers had indeed been lured into the shelter because of the mission's promises, but only 7 had answered the call. Apparently, not many people were willing to go to this godforsaken place, even when the rewards offered were adequate. Still, those 7 evolvers should have been enough to exterminate this monster. If they had properly read the mission details, they should have known exactly what type of digester they were dealing with, and should have had some confidence in their ability to defeat the creature. So why did they still want to get out of here so quickly? The refugee confirmed Jake's suspicions in the next part of his story. These 7 evolvers chased the rank 9 digester. In addition to these 7 warriors, they were accompanied by a large military force and most of the local evolvers and tyrants who wanted to witness the extermination of such a monster. They tracked it down for several days and finally found its lair in an underground cave. The area was predictably infested with digesters, but that didn't intimidate them. The battle lasted several hours and tens of thousands of digesters were slaughtered. The 7 evolvers took on the rank 9 digester and emerged victorious with the monster's head. At that moment, everyone thought the problem was solved. The corpses were dissected, the blood was collected, and everyone went home a little richer than before. Those 7 evolvers were only interested in the carcass of the rank 9 digester, and they graciously left us the rest of the loot. A bargain like that doesn't happen every day. Jake rolled his eyes at the refugee's envious expression, as if he had any chance of participating in such a dangerous expedition with his cowardice. And what happened next? Remembering that he had a story to finish, the man pulled himself together and continued. A new rank 9 appeared outside the shelter. 8 hours later exactly. The 7 evolvers were already gone, and a swarm of Oracle drones were again sacrificed to repel them. Unexpected as it was, the Oracle system protocol operated as expected. A new Oracle mission was issued, and those same 7 evolvers returned a few minutes later to fix the issue. But it wasn't enough. Jake was slowly beginning to see where the man was going with this. A new rank 9 appeared. The young woman couldn't hold her nerve this time and cut off the scrawny man who was about to answer. Yes, but only 6 hours after the second one. This time the 7 evolvers were still there, and they killed it immediately. As they began to sense that something was wrong, they did not leave this time and decided to camp here. Not surprisingly, a 4th rank 9 attacked 4 hours later, and then a 5th 2 hours after that. At this point, even Jake began to feel uncomfortable as he grasped the pattern. Carefully, he turned his head toward the black cube's translucent walls, but he saw no sign of digesters on the outside. Clearly, that problem had been solved as well. By the 12th rank 9, a new digester was arriving almost every minute. The 50-year-old man explained, gently patting the young woman's back to comfort her as she was starting to hyperventilate disturbingly after arousing those far from resolved traumas. The 7 evolvers were strong enough to kill 1 or 2, but not in a matter of seconds. After the 13th rank 9 digesters arrived, it became unmanageable. These monsters kept coming faster and faster, to the point where they formed a veritable horde of rank 9 digesters. I've never seen anything so scary in my life, I swear. Jake could only imagine this apocalyptic vision. If he had sighted a horde of rank 9 digesters, he too would have fled without looking back. He was confident in his abilities, but he knew his limits. Confronting such a horde alone was just plain suicide. But these ranks 9 were nowhere in sight. So where the hell had they gone? The Oracle shelter has finally gone to level 2 alert status. The man seemed to read his mind, because the answer came in the next few sentences. With the Black Cube's integrity and its inhabitants under threat, the volunteer-based Oracle missions were no longer an effective model, and the Oracle moved to more drastic measures. With the Oracle Guardians still unavailable, nearby high rankers were forcibly drafted and ordered to join the battle here to eliminate the threat of this horde. It was an impressive sight. Thousands of overpowered evolvers shooting out of the top of the transportation tower like a swarm of hornets. It was as if an army of heavenly angels had descended from the sky to purge the earth of its sins. The horde was defeated after 3 days of fierce fighting. 90% of the Oracle drones in the shelter were destroyed, but the black cube remained undamaged. The result may seem satisfactory, but half of the high rankers who participated in this conscription died. On the end, 3 rank 10 and 1 rank 11 digesters appeared, and they decimated those hitherto unstoppable evolvers like common insects. But you still want to get out of here? What? Jake asked again, but this time with a much more stern countenance. Somehow he knew he wasn't going to like the answer. Faced with the stranger's cold, inquisitive look, the refugee didn't dare prolong the suspense any further. He blurted it all out in one breath. It was only a diversion. This Oracle shelter is at the border separating the habitable zone from a hostile-to-life region. A few hundred kilometers to the west, several force fields and other advanced technologies isolate us from the atmosphere of what was surely once a gas planet. The digesters came from that place. Because life is impossible down there, no one travels there to cut down on their numbers, and their population grows exponentially. Their attacks were only meant to draw our attention away from their real objective. Whatever their objective was, they succeeded. The attacks may have stopped, but the digesters in the vicinity of the shelter have been growing in numbers and levels at a rapid rate ever since. The vegetation has begun to die, and our Oracle devices have ceased to function properly outside the black cube for over 1,000 miles. Is the cause of these changes known? Jake didn't quite understand the purpose of these digesters. Their strategic sense surprised him, but they were obviously capable of overwhelming the Oracle shelter with their forces if they so chose. The refugee took a deep breath to steady himself and then revealed in a chilling tone. Before we left, the high rankers warned us that all these signs marked the advent of a dungeon digester and that it would mean the end of this shelter. Chapter 5:17 Slum. A dungeon digestu? The hell is that? Jake repeated with a puzzled look. The term dungeon could connote many things, but not a living creature. A digester dungeon would still have made sense in his mind, but he had the hardest time visualizing the opposite. I don't know. The refugee showed for the first time his limitations as an informant, and to his anxious tremors he was aware that he had lost his usefulness after revealing all he knew. Jake did not hold his ignorance against him. He had already learned more than he expected. Either of you have anything to add? He stared blankly at the other refugees in the group in turn, but they all remained silent, including the young woman who had finally calmed down. Very well. He resumed in the face of their silence. I have one last question. Whatever your answer, I promise to give you enough ether to get out of here, but you'll have to sign an Oracle contract with me where you promise not to reveal anything about our conversation. Upon hearing that they would get enough ether to leave that place, the 3 humans' faces lit up brightly. The other humanoids and the 4-legged creature also showed some enthusiasm, although their facial muscles were quite different. As soon as the balding man leading the group knelt and bowed low, the others followed suit without hesitation, agreeing to sign the contract. Once the latter was signed, Jake finally got to the heart of the matter. Have you ever seen this woman? He questioned them coolly while transmitting them the photo of Maeve and her brother through his bracelet. More than their answer, Jake carefully monitored their body language, looking for any hint of a lie, but he was quickly disappointed. These refugees didn't know anything. As promised, Jake did not back down and gave them the ether he had promised them. 5,000 points each was not even pocket money for him, but for these civilians it was a chance for a fresh start. Of course, if they persisted in being so cowardly, they would fall back into the same precariousness very quickly. The young woman seemed to hesitate briefly as she saw him walk away, but under the pressure of the balding man, she lost her courage and let herself be led by the group toward the transportation tower. She had come close to overcoming her fear, but the reassuring attachment to this misfit group had stifled that spark. Perhaps months later, when she relived a similar script, she would remember that moment and find the strength within herself to change. But it had nothing to do with Jake anymore. Everyone had their own path to follow, and he couldn't guide everyone. After this exchange, Jake resumed his exploration of the outer shelter, and the stench of bodily fluids and feces that he had almost forgotten came back to haunt him. As he strolled along, he got a good look at the lives of those civilians ostracized for their cowardice. Too cowardly to leave the shelter to hunt, and too poor to live in an oracle city, too weak to be of interest to anyone, and generally too stupid to find any other way to get rich. There may have been a few talents here like Will, who for lack of having met the right people at the right time had missed their chance. But unlike them, Will was a fighter. Jake was convinced that even if they had never met, the businessman would have done his best to survive and thrive. He wasn't a reckless person by nature, but he hadn't hesitated to participate in his first ordeal, unlike Amy who had failed them at the last minute. Kyle, Tim and Sarah weren't exactly battle-hardened people when they first met, but they too had the drive to not let themselves be pushed around. Deep down, they had ambition. Sadly, there were also talented people here whose talents had been seriously devalued after their arrival on B-842. This was the case with certain professions like doctors. Whereas before they were respected in their home world, in the mirror universe, it was much harder to earn that precious title. First of all, because magic existed and light mages and healing spells were not that uncommon among players with 2 or 3 ordeals behind them. Green cubes also met this demand for care by providing absolutely flawless healing to anyone who could afford them. But most importantly, there was one abundant resource on B-842 and the mirror universe in general that made these professions obsolete: digester blood. This precious silver liquid could easily heal most wounds and diseases in record time, including those considered lethal and uncurable in the conventional medicine of most worlds. It was not a perfect panacea either, as the blood rank had a direct impact on its effectiveness. Rank 1 and 2 digester blood had miraculous effects on Jake and his comrades before their first ordeal, but now the effects were far less noticeable. Because of his very high constitution and vitality, not to mention his biomass and the energy contained in his cells which were much higher, the regenerative power of inferior digester blood was no longer enough. To get the same results, he now needed rank 6 digester blood or above. However, this was not a problem for those cowardly civilians who refused to take any risks. Low-rank digester blood was more than enough to cure them of all their ailments. As for the more powerful evolvers, they usually had no trouble getting the digester blood they needed. As he kept wandering, Jake's imposing figure drew many stares, but he tried to ignore them. He saw a few alien children playing together with some kind of worn leather ball, but more often than not they were silent and bony, huddled in front of a tent or makeshift hut built with their belongings. Periodically, he would also hear muffled cries of pleasure or pain, mostly of pain. In the outer shelter, prostitution was rampant and not limited to beautiful women. Children, men, animals, and aliens. There were virtually no moral barriers here, and the harsh reality before his eyes was just disgusting. Although he had toughened up over the past few months, the urge to leave this place had assailed him more than once. If he hadn't promised Kyle to save his sister, he might have turned back by now. Jake didn't want to go into these makeshift brothels where the dregs of humanity were unleashing their darkest instincts, but he realized that this was his best option. If Maeve wasn't here, that would be great news for Kyle, but if this buzzcock was as vile as they feared, the worst scenarios were to be expected. Evolvers like Grosh, there were hundreds of them teeming in this slum area. Without intervening, he had already witnessed several similar scenes of extortion where naive and penniless refugees were forced to sign a strict slave contract or servant contract for a few ether points. Sometimes they would refuse or try to stall like the previous group, but more often than not they would sign when threats and intimidation finally overcame their reluctance. From the bits of conversation Jake had managed to glean here and there, he had already identified several differences in the modus operandi of the 3 local bullies. Buzzcock and Shackler were by far the cruelest. After threatening and harassing these poor refugees for some time, the only way out was always a slave contract giving these bullies absolute control for a handful of ether points. This might have worked if it were simply to ensure the reliability of their employees and recruits, but these 2 evolvers were clearly not doing this to prevent the risk of betrayal. They were acting exclusively in their own self-interest and in the worst possible way. Healthy men would usually be escorted with fake kindness to the inner shelter, but their lives were often miserable after that. According to rumors, it was not uncommon to find them dead a few days later or forcibly conscripted into the factions or sub-factions of these tyrants. Occasionally, one of them would survive and by overcoming his fear would eventually become stronger and get better treatment without ever achieving emancipation. Grosh and some of the bullies here had such a history. They couldn't leave the shelter without permission either, but were complacent enough in their current position that they didn't think much of it. Their ambition was simply to enjoy life from day to day, and it didn't matter if it destroyed the lives of these scummy refugees. The fate of young men, women, and children with decent beauty was even less enviable. In these cases, the harassers would not even try to hide their intentions. The refugee groups that signed these contracts would simply sacrifice these individuals for survival. If these people had no other skills of interest, they would be sent to the brothels of the outer shelter or directly to the Oracle playground, depending on their value. This value depended, of course, on objective factors such as age, size, or beauty, but also on more subjective ones such as novelty or rarity. After serving some time in the Oracle playground, some prostitutes who became unpopular or too damaged could then be demoted to one of the outer shelter's brothels, where the living conditions were even worse. In the midst of all this, there was also voluntary prostitution. These civilians, women or men, had simply chosen to sell their bodies for money. Their situation was not much better, but at least they were free to choose. As he made his way down the main alley of such a district, Jake scowled, as he muttered darkly in his head, "I hope Maeve isn't here." Chapter 5:18 Red District. On the spur of the moment, Jake put his shadow guide to work, a tool he seldom used these days. Wishing to find Maeve dead or alive as soon as possible, he waited for the guide to show him the way, and ideally for it to turn around to spare him from entering this hellish area. Unfortunately, he was quickly disappointed. His shadow guide stood resolutely still, and Jake was more than familiar with this scenario. If Buzzcock, Maeve's supposed master, didn't have an oracle rank higher than his, then something here was interfering with his functioning. Remembering the dungeon digester's imminent threat, he quickly stopped fretting about the matter. Do you know what a dungeon digester is?" Jake prompted his AI casually. Perhaps he should have started there. "I once knew, but that memory eludes me now." She apologized shyly. "I just remember that they don't always mean disaster. Many evolvers see them as an opportunity for enrichment and training. Then, let's hope that this dungeon digester will be an opportunity for us." Before wasting any ether to activate the Oracle skill promotion, Jake tested some simpler wishes, and the lack of reaction from his shadow guide confirmed that there was indeed local interference. For many evolvers, being deprived of guidance was like losing their sight or hearing, but for Jake it made it just a little trickier. Since he was usually more than a little wary of the Oracle system, he had long since begun to distance himself from it. He then attempted a scan of the city, but failed. "It is forbidden to scan the citizens of an Oracle shelter or city," she explained with some embarrassment. She had never revealed this rule to him because it was a given in her mind. In fact, Jake knew it deep down. Everything was done in the Oracle shelters and cities to make sure that the residents inside were all equal. Violence, theft, and other crimes were forbidden, as were mental spells that could influence the mind or the ability to judge. A scan, especially if performed by a high-rank evolver, could reveal a great deal of information about the person standing in front of it, and this broke the principle of fairness that was so dear to this place. This did not stop him from believing, though, that these rules were meant to be broken. In an emergency or wartime situation, he refused to believe that scans would remain prohibited. What if digesters were hiding in the shelter and they couldn't use their scans to detect them? Only the owner or governor of the Oracle shelter appointed by an Oracle overseer can use the scan here. She clarified his uncertainty. An Oracle guardian oversees several dozen shelters like this one, and they often place a manager among the willing and influential high rankers in the area. Given the evolver's average level here, a governor probably hasn't been officially chosen yet. This might explain the fierce competition between local tyrants like Buzzcock, Shactler, and Melcree. Does that mean I'm the only one allowed to use the scan on my floating island if I build an Oracle city on it? Jake made his Oracle AI confirm it with a twinkle of smugness in his eye. That's right. Well, at least one good thing. Jake thought darkly as he frowned. I guess I don't have much choice now. I'll have to go in. Good luck. I'm with you no matter what. Thanks, she. Jake then took a deep breath and held it. It wasn't to give himself courage, but rather to avoid exposing himself to those unbearable smells. Just the stench at the entrance to this red district made him feel like he could get syphilis or AIDS if he breathed that air a little too long. to the smells of urine, excrements, and other body fluids. The one of semen and cheap perfumes had joined this already explosive olfactory cocktail. If he didn't have so much confidence in his constitution and vitality, he would never have dared to set foot here. It was only the beginning of the afternoon, but the opaque clouds outside the black cube made this district even more unpleasant and nasty than it really was. Everything was sticky and dirty like a garbage dump, or rather a sewage plant. On Earth, or even in the collective imagination, a red district could be shabby and even filthy, but it was usually a festive place where men and women of little virtue met to enjoy themselves. There were often bars, casinos, and other services dedicated to entertainment and relaxation, and it was a great place to forget your worries as long as you weren't in debt, on drugs, or one of the local prostitutes. This place was completely different. As the red district of the outer shelter, this arrangement of makeshift brothels was simply a continuation of the slums. By connecting tents or worn canvas and sometimes even some noble fabrics like silk or satin, these prostitutes, coerced or not, had more or less built themselves a workplace. These tents and pavilions, generally colorful, stuck out like a sore thumb in the middle of all this filth, and the sound insulation was obviously non-existent. Cries of pleasure or pain, grunts and whimpers, as well as the slapping of flesh against flesh were perfectly audible even to a normal human. In some cases, the fabric of the tents or pavilions was too thin or torn, and it was even possible to guess, or even glimpse, the horrors that were going on inside. Some prostitutes who didn't even have tents were copulating with their clients on the dung-covered streets, and some of the aliens even seemed to enjoy it. Despite his best efforts, Jake had a hard time suppressing his disgust, but he strived to stay focused on his goal. Every time he came across a humanoid prostitute, he would pause for a few seconds to study her face and compare it to the photo Kyle had given them. There was no intimacy between these prostitutes and their clients, and Jake could see long lines of men, women, and other unidentifiable aliens waiting outside each of these tents. Sometimes there was a guard like Grosh screening the entrances and collecting the money, but hardly anyone got rejected. At first, Jake thought his investigation would be quick, but the area turned out to be much more crowded than he expected for an early afternoon. Although the shelter was only home to 100,000 people, he had already counted over 10,000 prostitutes. In other words, in this tiny neighborhood, 1/10 of the population was going through hell just for a crust of bread. Squelching his emotions, Jake stopped roaming around like a tourist and spread his spirit body at full range despite the risks involved. His consciousness touched that of a few other revolvers, but most of the residents here were just normal civilians, and they didn't notice anything special. Those with decent extrasensory perception protected their minds, while the stronger ones retaliated without mercy to show their dominance. Faced with these people, Jake simply retracted his mental energy and sought to avoid them as best he could. In a matter of minutes, he finished checking the identity of all the prostitutes and locals whose faces he could see. Several times, he had crossed young and thin brunettes who matched the profile he was looking for, but when he asked them to turn around, he had been disappointed, or rather relieved, each time. That was the most terrible thing about this investigation. Running into Maeve here would immediately put an end to their mission, but it would undoubtedly be one of the worst eventualities. He would much rather continue to search, even if it meant learning that it was all a misunderstanding and that she was in fact happy and healthy. With a rueful sigh, Jake turned to the colorful tents and pavilions he had not yet explored. He had already sifted through them with his mental sense and had identified some potential targets. Luckily, these brothels were a joint effort of several species, and the humans were only a few hundred. Nevertheless, there were still several dozen pavilions to explore, and the lines in front of them were awfully long. If he really waited his turn like the others, he would not be able to finish his mission for a long time. Another solution was to wait for these prostitutes to be replaced, but he had neither the patience nor the desire to stay in this stinking neighborhood any longer than necessary. Violence was unfortunately not an option, and an ugly expression soon marred his face. He would have to spend his ether again. How many bribes would he have to give to get rid of all those horny guys waiting outside those tents? Hey, handsome. Yes, you. How about a quickie? Jake, who was still hesitating to get in line, was surprised when he was hailed by a sultry and feminine voice. The next second, He felt two slender arms wrap around his in a tender embrace as they tried to pull him toward one of the tents that had just become available. He felt like resisting, but remembered that it was actually his intention to check the inside of those tents. Alas, it was not Maeve. The woman who had just approached him had red hair and was in her late 30s. She must have been cute, but that was a distant memory after spending several weeks here. Nevertheless, he let himself be dragged inside her tent. Because of the watchful guards and the busy condition of the sex workers outside, he had not been free to ask the questions he wanted. This woman seemed to have been here for some time. Maybe she had the answers he was looking for. Chapter 519 found her. Once dragged into her pavilion, Jake was pleasantly surprised. It wasn't as filthy as he had feared. The mattress and blankets on the floor had a few questionable stains, but overall it was clean. There was no weird smell inside except perhaps cigarette smoke. "So handsome, what do you want me to do?" The redhead teased him while already getting lasciviously undressed. "For 1 ether point, I'll give you the treat of your choice. For 2 points you can come inside me. And for 10 points you can do whatever you want with me until nightfall. So what will it be?" There was something almost desperate in her gaze and manner as she announced her rates, but Jake braced his mind to keep himself from giving in to compassion. If he allowed his empathy to flow, he risked falling into the insane and painful trap of trying to save everyone. In the end, Jake did not live for others. His benevolence ended where his altruism began to harm him. He was obviously willing to sacrifice himself for people he cared about, like Anya or his Uncle Kalen, but in a way it was a selfish act. These people were simply more important than his own life. 1 ether points for a treat. Jake repeated thoughtfully. "I can't go any lower. I need to eat too." The prostitute began to freak out, mistaking his words for hesitation over her prices. Some even more desperate prostitutes were agreeing to get laid for as little as 0.5 points, and she feared she would have to lower her prices again. Realizing that her reaction could be misinterpreted, Jake looked up at her, raising his hand to placate her. "I think there has been a misunderstanding," he said calmly. "I'm not here for sex. I just have a few questions to ask." Upon hearing this, the redhead's friendly facade instantly disappeared, replaced by an icy mask. "Get out. If you're not here to fuck me, we have nothing to talk about." In response, Jake simply sneered as he disdainfully tossed a handful of red ether crystals onto the covers. From the looks of it, there were at least 50 points worth after conversion. "I don't think so. I think we have plenty to talk about." He preferred bracelet to bracelet deals, but he didn't mind being a little flashy from time to time, showing off his ether crystals. Will had already told him that many evolvers favored the latter over dematerialized ether for their transactions. The redhead seemed to be torn by an inner conflict for a few seconds. Then she made her decision and hurried to pick up the crystals before Jake could change his mind. To avoid having her fortune stolen or misplaced, she quickly absorbed and purified the red ether from the crystals in her ether storage. The more or less 50 red ether crystals that looked like tiny polished rubies became translucent like ordinary glass again, and only then did the prostitute regain her poise. "So what do you want to know?" she asked politely with a smile meant to be comely. "Before I ask my questions, I first want you to sign this oracle contract of non-disclosure." Jake informed her in a businesslike manner. He was getting used to these formalities. The redhead carefully perused the contract before her eyes, and finding nothing suspicious finally agreed to sign after a few minutes. 1,000 extra ether points were promised in the contract whether she was able to answer his questions or not. She was not allowed to lie, however, which was fine with her. It had been a long time since she had any taboos. "First question, have you ever seen this woman?" Jake asked straight away once the contract was signed. As with the previous refugees, he transferred the photo of Maeve and Kyle to her and watched her mood changes carefully. This time he noticed something different. The redhead had stiffened slightly when she saw the young woman. Her eyes unconsciously misted with tears, while her chin had started to tremble under the emotion. She recognized her. "I think I've seen her before, but I'm not 100% sure," the prostitute confessed, discreetly wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Her appearance was already quite different. If these are indeed the same people, it's hard to imagine that she could have been such a blossoming young woman. "I think her name was Maeve." Jake initially thought she was moved as she recognized the young woman, but it was more the echo of her own past that had stirred her melancholy. This jaded prostitute had also lived a wholesome, perhaps happy, life before she was stuck here. Where is she now? Jake asked, trying hard to ignore her emotional turmoil. Snapping back to the subject of their conversation, the redhead pondered for a short while, her index finger resting on her chin, before flashing a rueful smile. If Maeve is still alive, she should be in Buzzcock's stronghold in the Oracle playground, or maybe in his Oracle booth or that of one of his trusted men, she revealed gloomily. She wasn't envious of her fate at all. Maeve wasn't really cut out for the life of a prostitute here. After she threatened to kill herself, Buzzcock asked to subdue her personally. Jake's face sank when he heard this. It was getting close to the worst-case scenario. The probability that Maeve had not suffered was already practically zero. He was already wondering in what condition they would get her back. How did she manage to threaten them with suicide? If she's on slave contract, she should be unable to refuse a direct order, or even take her own life. Jake suddenly recalled with some perplexity. I'm not too sure. The redhead shrugged. I heard she was so bad that even the customers didn't want her anymore, and she resisted orders until she was spitting blood. She was quite a stubborn one. If she had kept resisting like that, she would have actually died of a ruptured aneurysm or whatever in no time. Jake had never been enslaved by a slave contract, so he wasn't in a position to verify her claims. He had only used this type of contract to cover his back, and he had not given any orders that went against the interests of his temporary slaves either. Consequently, he could not say with certainty whether it was indeed possible to resist certain orders. Even with true will or some other mental technique, in his opinion, it was impossible. After all, it was the Oracle who had created this magic, and it was not something that evolvers of their level could influence. However, if it worked just like a curse, the distance would weaken the contract's effectiveness and disobeying it might become possible. If he remembered correctly how the slave contract worked, it didn't change the personality of the slave, but it did create in him or her a seed of unwavering loyalty to their master. Disobeying orders was theoretically impossible, because the person simply did not want to. Now, loyalty was different from love, idolatry, or admiration. Slaves could hate their masters and what they ordered them to do with all their heart without questioning the orders they received. The case became more complicated when those orders touched the slave's deepest ideals and values. A virginal, prudish girl from a good family might, for example, be mortified at the idea of having to prostitute herself. One could imagine that her subconscious would then strongly resist this order despite the irresistible compulsion to obey. However, Jake also saw the limits of this relative free will. Because of the unwavering loyalty and inability to disobey orders, it was relatively easy to deal with these problems of insubordination. All that was required was to give orders phrased as suggestions such as, "Don't be a prude anymore. Be excited and enthusiastic about every order I give you. Feel disgust towards yourself every time you resist my orders," etc. This was a form of conditioning that was already used on Earth with certain anti-abuse drugs, for example, to disgust alcoholics from drinking. With this type of injunction, it would not take long to reparameterize the personality and values of a slave. When Buzzcock spoke of personally subduing her, he was surely planning something like this, but crueler. Now that he had his answer, Jake had no more reason to stay here. Time was running out. Standing up, he grabbed the redhead's wrist and transferred the promised points to her. "Thanks for the information. If you're free, you should take the opportunity to get out of here while you still can." Seeing him turning to leave the tent, the prostitute panicked. Talking to this man, she had sensed that he was different from the local refugees and evolvers. Grabbing his arm, she begged, "Please let me come with you. I wasn't always a prostitute. I was a lawyer. I have 2 children with me, and I can't keep putting them through this hell." Jake shook her hand off impassively and gave her a stern look. "I've held up my end of the bargain. I don't save people who refuse to save themselves," he replied coldly, pointing to the inner shelter. "Your salvation is in that red cube over there. You may have lacked ether before, but now you have what it takes to get to the inner shelter. You will suffer and toil in these ordeals, but you won't die. You and your children have no excuse. I have 2 children in my faction who had that courage, and they live proudly today. Finish your first ordeal, and you will be welcome in my faction no matter the outcome, I promise." Then he left. He had barely made it a few steps outside when he got a call from Will. "Anything new, Will?" I found Maeve. Jake sighed. From his tone, it didn't sound like good news. Chapter 5, 20 Bad Liar. Shortly thereafter, Jake and the others appeared in a flash of light around an orange cube secluded from the crowd. The small cobblestone square covered with multiple orange cubes was similar to the previous Oracle cities they had visited. As three humans appeared, accompanied by a gang of huge felines, the eyes of the nearby bystanders bulged with amazement and scrambled to clear the way. Two long-eared, waxy aliens looked at them questioningly before whispering something to a third fellow, who quietly slipped away into one of the narrow alleys, leaving behind an afterimage. Jake, Kyle, and Svara did not miss any of these details, and the former playboy scoffed at once. It would seem that our appearance has already been noticed. It's not necessarily Buzzcock's men. Svara objected calmly. Nawai males aren't exactly the scheming type. I'd be surprised if his intelligence gain was enough to correct his personality shortcomings. If I'm not mistaken, they're the henchmen of one of his competitors. Jake concurred with a nod. I followed Will's advice. We're in Melcree territory. Speaking of Will, where is he? Wasn't he supposed to meet us here? Kyle inquired after glancing all around without finding a glimpse of the four-eyed man. We'll meet him somewhere else. He gave me an address. Jake replied cryptically. He had dropped the idea of being inconspicuous from the moment they had made their grand entrance with a squad of giant felines. The outer shelter was closely watched by the various local bigwigs, and their investigations had already been noticed. Jake had felt watched since his arrival in the Red District, and this feeling had not left him ever since. When he arrived at the address Will had given him, Jake found himself face to face with a wooden building that was rather shabby and decrepit by Oracle City standards. The two-story shack was narrow with a rudimentary thatched roof. As opposed to a finished and professional rendering, it looked as if rough-cut logs had been stacked on top of each other at random until they were balanced by some inexplicable mystery. Aesthetically, the result was frightening to see. On the oval, ancient wooden sign in front of the entrance door one could read, in slobbering fluorescent paint, "The Melcree Bar." Svara pursed her lips in disapproval when she saw this. Jake remembered that the young woman's blood had been red when he had given her a beating and didn't immediately make the association. But comparing the fluorescent ink to her matching hair color, he finally connected the dots. Evidently, Melcree wasn't much better than Buzzcock and Shackler. At the bar's entrance, a burly humanoid goat whose fur looked like rotting seaweed briefly blocked their path with his spear, but he eventually stepped aside when he realized that the trio and their band of felines had no intention of slowing down. On Earth or anywhere else, Jake would have surely respected the rules, but in the Oracle playground, where violence was forbidden, it was relatively simple to force their way through. All they had to do was move forward without a second thought. This bar was open to the public, and this bouncer had no power to change the rules. His only role was to intimidate, which he had just sorely failed to do. Once inside, the relaxed face of a certain businessman stiffened as he recognized them. Quickly straightening up, he urged the middle-aged woman massaging his back to go back to her activities before waving at them. The plump alien with slit pupils and long purple hair bowed respectfully, revealing her sharp canines before walking away without saying anything. "I've been waiting for you for ages." Will whined pitifully while sipping his beer served in a huge wooden mug of the same aspect as the trunks making up the walls of the bar. Jake and the others sneered in their hearts when they heard him speak. "Yeah, you sure do seem to have it hard. I didn't know you had a thing for MILFs." Kyle gave him a sarcastic wink before putting on an icy mask of fury. "But while you're having fun, my sister is going through hell, and I'd appreciate it if we could stay focused on the mission." The shopkeeper was slightly embarrassed, but not for long. "It's just part of the job." Will played it down with an evasive hand gesture. "How do you think I got all this information? This generous MILF, as you call her, is Melcree's agent, and this bar is a front for buying, selling, and trading all sorts of information. The Melcree faction is like Switzerland here. It dips into everything, but tries to remain as neutral as possible while protecting the interests of both parties without compromising its own." The eloquent merchant emphasized his last words by staring at two neighboring tables and turned to remind them that it wasn't just Melcree's men in this bar, and thankfully they all took the hint. Jake erected a telekinetic barrier around them, and they each took a chair after ordering something to drink. As for the felines, This time they had to wait outside. Except for the 4 new additions, the felines were too bulky to fit through the door. With their fluffy and elastic bodies, they could surely squeeze inside, but the bar was clearly not prepared for such a large crowd. So, tell us what you found out while working so hard. Jake repeated professionally with a touch of cynicism. Indifferent to his superior's innuendo, Will regained his seriousness, even putting on a grave face. It won't be easy. Maeve is alive and well, but she is currently Buzzcock's favorite concubine. If we simply wanted to snatch her or buy her back, it would be extremely complicated, since she is locked up in Buzzcock's palace, a mansion under high protection from which she almost never leaves. There are 100 evolvers inside, mostly Nawayo warriors who have completed at least 4 ordeals, so even if we were allowed to fight there, our odds wouldn't be that good. Kyle's chin and lips quivered in despair and horror at the news. The worst-case scenario had happened. His pure, candid little sister had been so thoroughly molested by a vile, barbaric alien that she had become his favorite sex toy. Svara, who was familiar with her species' practices, remained unperturbed, but inwardly she was somewhat surprised. This kid managed to become his favorite concubine? The situation is not as bad as I feared. Of course, the female Nawai had her own concept of not as bad as I feared. If Kyle knew what she was truly thinking, he would probably faint from anguish on the spot. The trio then listened carefully to the rest of Will's report before locking themselves into a heavy silence. Apart from negotiating, rescuing Maeve was indeed practically impossible. By chance, the precarious situation of the shelter offered them a second alternative, which unfortunately, according to Will, had no better chance of success. His forehead nodded from his intense thinking. Jake finally asked, "Do you have a plan? I'm assuming you didn't say all this to dissuade us from saving her." He knew the businessman. If he considered rescue impossible, he would have told them from the start. The fact that he took the time to explain everything to them proved that he had an idea in mind. "We have a chance, but we'll have to wait a little longer. It will give me the time I need to gather more information about Buzzcock and his men. Amir Massouz is obviously not accredited to know all this." "Wait, we're talking about my sister here," Kyle suddenly yelled out of the blue. "While we take our time, my sister has to serve this monster and endure all sorts of hardships." Will flinched, but his expression hardened immediately after. "Kyle, if you trust me, do as I say this time. If you really want to save your sister, you're going to have to let your sister suffer some more, as unbearable as it is for her and for you." Jake didn't want to intervene, but deep inside, he was already convinced. To his surprise, it was Svara who stood up for Will. "The merchant is right," she declared coldly. "For the moment, Maeve is not in danger. She will be if we try to negotiate her release. I know Buzzcock. He's a possessive male who refuses to give up his toys, even when they're broken. Even for a good price, he will rather abuse his property until it expires to make sure he doesn't get ripped off. Negotiating her release might even make things worse, especially now that we know she is his favorite concubine. Favorite concubine is not a glorious status among the Nawaya, but it's not that easy to achieve and even less to keep. As long as she has that status, we can at least be sure she's healthy." Far from being appeased by this clarification, Kyle's tortured face told them that he was about to commit a huge mistake. His fists were clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, and he was barely able to keep himself from smashing the table. After several deep breaths, he quietened down and said, "Fine, I'll wait." Unfortunately, Jake and the others knew how to recognize a liar when they saw one, but they didn't try to dissuade him anymore. It wasn't like they were allowed to knock him out for his own good. Sighing inwardly, they prepared for the inevitable. Chapter 521. Who's that? Less than an hour later, a hooded man left the inn where Jake and his group had temporarily taken up residence. A ray of artificial sunlight surreptitiously illuminated the underside of the man's face, revealing attractive and harmonious features, but mostly deep emotional distress. This man, eloping like a thief from the inn, frequently looking back, was indeed none other than Kyle, the Murtharian nerd's playboy. As Jake and Will had feared, their comrade had not been convinced by their explanation and had decided to take the matter into his own hands rather than let his sister suffer another minute. Taking a deep breath to give himself courage, he walked with grim determination toward the Buzzcock Palace, of which Will had told them the location earlier. As he was running straight into the wall, he didn't notice the figure watching him in the shadows at the other end of the street. "Sigh? You still took the bait in the end, Kyle," Jake muttered with a look of pity in his eyes. It was his job as a friend and leader to keep his companions from making mistakes, but the Oracle City's rules prevented him from physically intervening. Because they were from the same faction and he was his superior, he could theoretically give him irrefutable orders if it affected the direct interests of the faction, but there was absolutely nothing to stop Kyle from resigning if he refused. Rather than bickering and creating unnecessary tension between them, the easiest thing was to let him learn from his mistakes the hard way. His role now would be simply to make sure he was not in danger and eventually wipe his but after the mistake he made, without forgetting to gently sermonize him, perhaps even to console him. This was the best way to avoid such an incident from happening again. Keeping a good distance between them, Jake moved from rooftop to rooftop, using his light mastery to refract photons around him to become virtually invisible. As the sun set, visibility had fallen, and the resulting effect was as good as he could have hoped for. Occasionally, a vigilant evolver walking through the streets would look up abruptly as he passed by before resuming his business with a baffled expression. More than once, he also felt powerful consciousnesses scanning the area where he was in search of a mole. A few times he was spotted, and he merely shielded his mind while continuing his surveillance. Violence was forbidden, so any evolver who was a little too curious could only let him go. During this stalking, Jake noticed that the evolvers here were of a much higher standard than those at the outer shelter. A little too high, in fact. He had already counted several hundred evolvers whose etheric signatures were at least as powerful as his own. It was confusing in a hellhole like this and confirmed the looming catastrophe of the dungeon digester. Oddly enough, such presences were reassuring to him. Unless they were completely ignorant and arrogant, the presence of these powerhouses meant that the situation was not completely lost. There might even be benefits to be gained from this misfortune for those with sufficient power. This general law seemed to apply everywhere in the universe. The rich would become richer and the poor poorer. The same logic applied between the strong and the weak. The question was whether Jake and his group were the weak or the strong for the upcoming incident. A moment later, Kyle entered Buzzcock territory, and a dramatic change in atmosphere occurred in the Oracle City. Many aliens with fluorescent hair and mud-colored skin swarmed the streets, as did many other aliens like Grosh with pig-like attributes and features. Many of these humanoid aliens were accompanied by beautiful female slaves, and from their absent expressions, it was clear that they had already become numb to their torment. And yet, most of them were trying to smile and serve their ugly masters. Jake could see the signs on some of them of being brainwashed by all sorts of conditioning and soul skills, but the vast majority were doing so of their own free will. Clearly, when choosing between two hells, they had chosen the Oracle Playground over the outer shelter. Once in Buzzcock's territory, even Kyle found it more difficult to make progress without drawing attention to himself. Compared to the neutral Melcree neighborhood, Buzzcock was an extremely distrustful, belligerent Nawai who was currently in the midst of a conflict with Shaktalar, a mysterious alien known to be equally violent and unreasonable. As a result, despite their propensity for fornicating and boozing, most of the evolvers were on their toes. Every new head was immediately on their radar, and it became hard to progress without announcing the reason for their arrival. Unsurprisingly, Kyle was quickly interrogated and then escorted to the front of Buzzcock's palace. With his excellent hearing, Jake heard everything of this exchange and almost facepalmed when his comrade stated honestly the reason of his coming. If this works, no, I better get ready to intervene. Jake intended to continue stalking them when he felt a murderous intent hovering over him. Stiffening, he turned and met the icy gaze of a huge humanoid alien 4M tall with pig-like features. If Grosh, whom he had met earlier, was an adorable piglet, this fellow was clearly the alpha male of a boar tribe. His skin was thick as leather, dark brown and grainy with short, needle-like hairs. His muscles were bulky and prominent, and the alien was equipped with thick, rusty-looking plate armor with a huge greatsword in his hand. His long snout, short tusks combined with his long, graying beard and oily hair might have looked comical if Jake didn't only reach his belly button. "Who are you?" The alien rumbled as he enveloped him with an overwhelming mental pressure. This abomination was definitely stronger than he was. His cover blown, Jake took one last look at Kyle, who had already disappeared inside the mansion, before sighing again. Reluctantly, he deactivated his magic and his figure appeared on the roof of the building where he was perched. A simple evolver protecting a friend. Jake answered honestly. At this point, it would be hard to make up for Kyle's screw-ups. Following his gaze, the giant realized something as he stared at the entrance to Buzzcock's palace. "Who are you to this human?" he questioned coldly. "His boss, I guess." Jake answered with a wry smile. After a few more questions, where Jake repeated Kyle's words with a few clarifications, the giant realized that this man had nothing to do with either Shackler or Melcree. Understanding his situation, the alien withdrew his vigilance and became much more cordial. "You shouldn't have let your comrade in. It will make things worse." Grash grunted as he pulled out a huge bottle of cleaning alcohol from Earth and chugged it down. Who knew where he'd gotten such a delicacy? A human from the outer shelter sold me this for 1,000 ether points the other day. I was told it's a valuable drink on your planet. Seeing Jake's transfixed look of disbelief, Grash assumed Jake was jealous of him and instantly experienced tremendous satisfaction as a result. It wasn't every day that he could show off in front of other aliens. If he knew what this human was really thinking, he would probably have coughed up a mouthful of blood. I almost want to meet the genius who dared to sell cleaning alcohol to this monster. Jake enthused inwardly. Maybe I was a little hasty in my judgment. There are probably some brilliant people in these outer shelters. That human still lives here? Jake asked casually. Thinking he was interested in his supplier, Grash felt flattered and was quick to share everything he knew about this exceptional individual. As he listened, Jake's eyes flashed with excitement. I definitely need to introduce this guy to Will. While the human and the alien exchanged small talk, the situation inside Buzzcock's palace had a very different tone. "Who's that?" Kyle, who was trembling with rage, had long since lost his temper at the shameless behavior of the Nawai before him. After explaining why he had come, he had surprisingly been directly and politely escorted before Buzzcock himself. For a brief moment, he had almost believed that he had a chance to solve his sister's problem peacefully. The reality was cruel. When he had arrived in the main hall, a naked Buzzcock was waiting for him there on a rudimentary golden throne, several sex slaves serving him brazenly, without any concern for the new intruder. Two naked Nawai slaves had their faces plunged into his crotch, while another was sitting bashfully on his lap, one of her milky breasts squeezed bossily by the barbarian's wandering hand. Finally, a last one was calmly massaging his back while whispering soft words in his ear, exchanging from time to time a passionate kiss with the lustful warrior. This erotic vision coming straight out of the fertile imagination of an X-rated movie was much too much for Kyle, but it was not what had put him in this state. None of this would have mattered if one of those female slaves wasn't the sister he had sworn to save. "Who's that?" That was Buzzcock's shameless response after Kyle showed him the picture and mentioned his sister's first name. Chapter 522, I changed my mind. Unable to stand any more impudence, Kyle glared at the Nawai leader and momentarily forgot all the diplomatic precautions he had taken before coming here. "Who's that?" he exploded, his countenance pale with anger. "It's my fucking sister, of course. She's just behind you, kissing you and massaging your shoulders. Are you fucking blind or what? Get your fucking hands off my sister or... Buzzcock's gaze turned sharp as he sensed this undisguised threat. Grabbing the armrests of his golden throne to straighten up, they buckled like a crumpled sheet of paper as he squeezed them before standing up brusquely. The two slaves buried between his legs fell backwards with startled gasps, almost getting knocked out by an otherworldly dick slap. The slave on his lap didn't have time to escape in time and was simply thrown into the air following her master's movement. At the nasty crack that rang out as she landed, she had probably broken something. The only slave who escaped unharmed was Kyle's sister Maeve, who merely took a step back before Buzzcock made his move. Standing naked in front of Kyle, his glorious manhood pointing to the ceiling, the barbarian showed no embarrassment, nor shame, quite the opposite. He looked down on the intruder from all his height, taking a malicious pleasure to revel in his helplessness. Beckoning to Maeve to come over, she obeyed reverently like the vulgar slave she was, and came to stand by his side without showing the faintest expression on her face. It was as if she was spacing out, reacting neither to her name nor to the sight of her brother. "She's your sister, you sure?" Buzzcock sneered as he slapped the young woman's buttocks, who showed no reaction. Seeing the slave's frigid behavior, he frowned, but as he inserted his hand between her thighs, he smirked as he discovered how wet she was. His efforts to subdue her had not been in vain. Kyle wished nothing more than to make this scum pay and kill him, but the Nawai's show of arrogance gave him a cold sweat. Biting his tongue until it bled to calm himself, he tried to contain his killing impulses. "She is," he answered calmly for the first time, but to his incessant quivering it was sadly a very poor display, and Buzzcock was not fooled. "Oh, is that your brother?" The alien grabbed the young woman's chin with his left hand and pointed it at the desperate human. For the first time, the brother and sister's eyes met, and Kyle thought he saw something in them. But the answer that followed disappointed him to no end. "I don't have a brother. You can kill him if you want," she said in a sullen tone. She did not recognize him. If she did recognize him, such acting was just terrifying. Horrified, Kyle gave Buzzcock a hateful look and scanned the room to count the bodyguards. Besides their leader, there were only 2 evolvers in the room, the ones who had brought him here. This was doable. "Listen to me, Maeve," Kyle declared valiantly. "Whether you recognize me or not, today I'm going to get you out of here and take your revenge." Clap, clap, clap. "I admire your devotion and brotherly piety. I really do. But I don't think you are aware of your situation. You are in an Oracle city and on my turf. This mansion belongs to me, as does this slave. I have every right here, and you have none." At that moment, he nodded to the 2 evolvers, and a fierce fight ensued. Kyle didn't really expect to be assaulted in an Oracle city, and he only had time to draw his sword to parry a sneak attack. He barely parried the first strike, but the impact threw him violently backwards about 10 meters, producing a slight shock wave. His back hit the wall to the left of the entrance, forming a few cracks. Slightly stunned, he activated his Myrmidian warrior trance, and with the help of his golden eyes he reacted just in time by ducking to the ground to avoid a deadly knee strike. The assailant's knee went half a meter into the concrete wall, and Kyle broke into a cold sweat as he saw the fate he had just escaped. He didn't have time to wallow, though, as the first evolver came charging back for another sneak attack. Rolling over to dodge the deadly blows, he continued to protect himself until he found himself cornered against the opposite wall. The first evolver was monstrously fast and appeared to play with his nerves like a cat with a mouse. The second had a slower attack rate, but his explosiveness left no margin for error, as evidenced by the state of the wall in front of him. This evolver mansion was no ordinary mansion, and it was no conventional concrete that made it up. When he had crashed into this wall, it had felt like crashing into an indestructible cliff, and that was after his body had been reinforced with 3 ordeals and the Myrtharian body passive. As soon as he had drawn his sword, he had felt himself weakening, as if his strength was failing him. He could hardly think, as if he hadn't slept in days, and his arms felt awfully heavy as if after an intense workout. On the other hand, the attacks of these 2 evolvers looked simple and direct, but he had the greatest difficulty in dodging them. It was as if he was irresistibly drawn to the sword and fist of his enemies, and it took a considerable mental effort to ignore this distraction. Likewise, the fight, albeit tricky, may have seemed normal at first, but each of their blows was raising a storm, while a normal human would have had the utmost difficulty in following their movements. Maeve and the other slaves in particular could only shield their eyes from the wind and cover their ears while waiting for the fight to end. Kyle may have been in a bad position, but his resistance was fierce and he did not fall immediately. He even managed to fight back a few times, though unsuccessfully. When his back finally hit the second wall, Kyle was caught off guard and briefly lost his focus. The second opponent's fist, which had prodigious strength, caught him in the stomach, puncturing his organs until it hit his spine. "No!" A sharp cry pierced the silence, bringing the drama to an end. Buzzcock raised his hand with a victorious smile, and the 2 evolvers halted their assault, but not before disarming Kyle and breaking both his arms and legs. Kyle had finally realized who he was dealing with. A tiny 3rd ordeal player like him was no match for experienced 4th ordeal players, especially not bloodthirsty brutes like Buzzcock who were afraid of nothing. Bent over like a shrimp, Kyle vomited a stream of blood and bile. as well as the contents of his last meal, before raising his head with difficulty. With his arms and legs broken, it was the only movement he could muster. Although he was suffering in agony, at this moment he had completely forgotten his pain, because the one who had shouted at the instant, it was his sister. She recognized him. It was a meager consolation, now that he knew he was about to die, but it was better than nothing. He had no regrets. If he had to do it all over again, he would have done it the same way. He was just an idiot after all. Idiot, Maeve stammered, tears running down from her eyes. Her jaded and indifferent facade had completely crumbled to make way for a terrified and exhausted young woman. You can kill me, but let her go, Kyle stated serenely, having accepted his fate. Buzzcock, who had not said anything since the onset of his beating, walked slowly towards the man after putting on his armor and squatted a few inches in front of him. Then he whispered cruelly in his ear, "Before you came, I had no intention of doing anything to her. I get bored quickly, but this girl learns fast, and she has a good pussy. If you hadn't come, as long as she kept serving me the way she does, nothing would have happened to her for a long time. But now, I've changed my mind. I need to make an example to warn the fools like you who seek to rob me of what is mine." Those words sounded the death knell of despair in Kyle's mind. Even Maeve wore a terror-stricken expression. "I won't kill you." Buzzcock chuckled with glee. "I want you to live so you can see Maeve devote herself completely to me. I want you to see your sister become the most depraved of whores and revel in your helplessness. While she serves me and my men, you will be forced to watch while obeying my every command, unable to commit suicide. Now sign this slave contract. You can refuse, of course, but in that case I'm afraid we'll have to leave you in this state forever as a precaution, huh?" The two bodyguards accompanied their leader with a thunderous laugh upon hearing his latest joke. It wasn't the first time they had witnessed such a scene. Chapter 523 One Punch Man. Jake raised an eyebrow as he picked up a communication from his bracelet. Kyle. Listening to the contents of the telepathic message, a thoughtful frown darkened his face. "What is it, my friend?" The alien Grash asked cheerfully as he noticed his change in attitude. Although he had gulped down the equivalent of an entire keg of cleaning alcohol, his body showed no signs of inebriation. The stamina of this pig-like alien was simply terrifying. "Negotiations have failed," Jake replied frankly as he stood up. Turning to Grash, who after all had been a friendly drinking buddy until now, he said seriously, "My friend was attacked. I hope you won't stop me from rescuing him." "Attacked?" Grash grunted knowingly. It would seem that the advent of the dungeon digester is imminent. Its influence does not seem to be confined to that of a single oracle shelter. "Fear not, I am not Buzzcock's slave. I'm just a guest of honor temporarily recruited to increase security in these troubled times. However, I am being paid handsomely for this job. If you attack, I will have to stop you. As you've been nice, I won't kill you." It wasn't an idle threat. Jake felt the murderous pressure that had faded crush him again. It made him realize how foolish it was to trust an evolver's outward demeanor. As their intelligence increased, even a once stupid alien like Grash could show excellent social skills when the situation called for it. While his primordial traits of happy-go-lucky and Epicurean hadn't disappeared, he definitely wasn't as naive as he made himself out to be. "I'm sorry, but even though you're stronger than me, I have to save my friend," Jake retorted solemnly, drawing a brand new sword. His Warmac machete had suffered badly from his battle with Nilreg, and he realized the importance of a good weapon. Unfortunately, he had not yet had time to upgrade his equipment. This new dark steel sword was a blade he had hastily forged with his new metal bending skill. Grash looked at the toothpick that served as his weapon with amusement before finally laughing out loud. "Fine, it's been a while since I've been in a good fight. Bring it on. Let me see what you can do. If the Oracle drones don't intervene, this will be the first time I've ever let off steam in an Oracle city." If Jake was still hesitating, the second distress message he received from Kyle at that very moment strengthened his resolve. With firm resolve, he made his move. With the alien's monstrous killing aura, Jake didn't dare underestimate him. He struck with full power. Boosted by bloodline ignition, ether conversion, Murtharian warrior/spiritual trance, his telekinesis, and ether control, the downward sword strike on Grash struck like thunder. Before the white-hot blade even arrived, A blast of ionized air slapped the giant's porcine face, forcing him to squint. The next moment, Jake disappeared from his previous location, releasing a supersonic shockwave, then reappeared crouching almost simultaneously a few feet behind Grash. Time seemed to stand still for a brief moment as the air was torn apart by cataclysmic temperatures and winds, and then it began to flow again. Jake, who had been motionless, then spat out a spray of blood several meters long. The blade of his brand new sword evaporated into smoke, leaving only the guard in his hand. The scene was not as miserable as Kyle's, who had puked his guts out, his magma like blood giving him an almost charismatic air despite his defeat. However, both Grash and Jake knew just how badly wounded he was. In comparison, the giant lifted his huge greatsword in front of his face and inspected the slight notch in the middle of the blade with a saddened expression. A tiny gash had severed the insertion between the thumb and forefinger of the hand holding his sword's hilt, but the bleeding had already stopped. Without a doubt, the winner of their altercation was obvious. "You lost," Grash said coolly. "But this strike was not bad. If I wasn't a fifth ordeal player, this fight might have been different. Now listen up. Save your friend and get out of here. Things are going to get out of hand any minute. For 5 minutes, I'll be in the infirmary bandaging my wound. You know what I mean, right? If you're still here when I get back, things will get ugly." Jake frowned as he chose silence. Through this exchange of blows, he had learned many things. But the most troubling was undoubtedly that the Oracle drones were no longer doing their job here. This would have consequences, some good and some not so good. But mostly it meant that the situation was about to take a turn for the worse. Discarding the hilt of his now useless sword, Jake calmed his breathing and stood up expressionlessly. For a bystander, it was hard to imagine that his lungs and heart had practically been crushed seconds earlier. Without looking back, Jake charged into the palace, and no evolvers this time dared to intercept him. He was somewhat surprised by this lack of resistance, but with Kyle's urgent predicament, he brushed his suspicions off his mind. As he passed through the palace gate, he suddenly heard panicked cries nearby, and he received an emergency message from Will and Svara. The message was brief, but impactful nonetheless. "The Oracle Playground is under attack." His eyes narrowed as he read the message, but he currently had a more concerning matter to deal with. As soon as he entered the mansion's grounds, powerful evolvers' breaths emerged all around him, and he shifted back into fighting stance. He thought he had triggered these reactions, but when he heard a shrill, oh so familiar cackling sound, he realized that the worst-case scenario had just happened. The black cube had been infiltrated. Normally, it was possible for low-level digesters to spawn in Oracle shelters, but this was relatively rare, and the Oracle drones were usually able to handle this threat. The emergence of digesters in the Oracle Playground or in Oracle City was much more unusual. But for once, this calamity served its purpose. As these powerful etheric signatures quickly moved away to deal with the incoming enemies, Jake took the opportunity to go in incognito. Tapping his feet and reactivating his invisibility, his speed suddenly accelerated, and he slalomed like a shadow through the various guards on the alert who had stayed behind to defend the mansion. These evolvers were at a lower level than the warriors who had just left, and he managed to sneak further inside without any trouble. A few seconds later, Jake smashed the final door open and his majestic figure stormed inside the throne room where Kyle, Maeve, Buzzcock, and his 2 bodyguards were standing. As the thick armored door shattered, everyone looked at him with different reactions. Buzzcock turned to him and pursed his lips in annoyance, pausing the movement of his sharp knife that was working hard to peel away Kyle's skin like a piece of fruit. The 2 evolvers gave him a hostile, albeit guarded, look, while Maeve and the other 3 slaves cast a dumbfounded gaze. As for Kyle, he was nothing more than a bloody mess. A macabre work of art after Buzzcock had practically butchered him alive to force him to sign his slave contract. It was a miracle that the young man was still alive, and considering his critical condition, he had resisted fiercely until his arrival. Looking at Maeve's tears and pale, terrorized face, as well as Buzzcock's sadistic and carnivorous, almost hateful grin, Jake had a vague idea of what had happened. "Jake, kill this bastard for me," Kyle shouted in a heartbreaking voice. Despite his condition, his rage had long since superseded his pain. Even if he was dying, he wanted to see this Buzzcock get his ass kicked. "Who or what?" Bam! Who was Jake? Even though he was mostly individualistic and self-centered, he wasn't the type to let a bastard get away with it after roughing up his friends and subordinates. It was the minimum of decency that a mature and responsible person should have. Thus, it was his fist that answered Buzzcock's question. After his bitter failure against Grash, Jake had shed his last bit of complacency, and he punched again with all his strength. But this time, he added a powerful soul arrow projected through his Murtharian eyes and the providential support of his Ether Sun core. When the mini-sun appeared behind him, everyone reflexively closed their eyes as the burning rays of the radioactive ball lashed his back. Although his armor, back in the back of his skull, quickly melted despite the advancement of his bloodline, the temporary power gain was no joke. This fiery heat momentarily amplified his powers, giving him an inexhaustible flow of energy and increased control. Under the effect of this incredible buff, this mighty punch was nothing like the previous attack against Grash. Almost incredulously, his fist went straight through Buzzcock's face, distorting and imploding half the bones in his head without any effort. In slow motion, one could see the thick skin of the barbarian's face distort like the surface of a pond into which one would have just dumped a large stone. A blink of an eye later, the shockwave and the terrible explosion resounded, and the broken body of the barbarian was ejected like a cannonball into his golden throne, which was in turn uprooted from the ground and went to embed itself deeply into the opposite wall, which had been considered highly resilient until then. Seeing the alien's battered state, which had been so proud and valiant just seconds earlier, Kyle, Maeve, and the two bodyguards almost forgot about their conflict. The two siblings, who were the original victims of this monster, suddenly felt a surge of compassion for their abuser without realizing it. Chapter 524 Ogre. Jake, however, had little time to relate. In contrast to his stalwart and dominant bearing, deep inside, he was agonizing. He may have summoned the Ether Sun core for less than a second, but it was enough to severely char the back half of his body. The back of his head was already bald and blistered, though his hair was already growing back. Besides, riveting his gaze on the golden throne embedded in the wall and the person slumped on it, he squinted his eyes in wonderment. That bastard was still alive. There was no need to check. If Buzzcock had died, all the slave contracts in his possession would have automatically been transferred to him. This meant that his ambush had failed. Feeling a powerful killing aura surging forth from the throne and the emergence of several ominous etheric signatures, Jake acted decisively. Without asking Kyle's permission, he grabbed the playboy by the scruff of the neck and threw him over his shoulder like a sack of flour before bolting off in a single bound. Maeve, who was frozen in shock, was left behind without the slightest reservation. When Jake disappeared with Kyle over his shoulder and the other two evolvers at his heels, the young woman showed immense relief before recomposing the subservient and fearful mask that Buzzcock used to enjoy. The other female slaves hurried to do the same. Everyone had their own battle to fight. A few seconds later, a dark figure stepped out of the throne with a red glow in his eyes. Anyone who met that gaze immediately felt an almost compulsive need to bow down, their body shuddering in terror. Buzzcock was alive and kicking. Well, he wasn't in such good shape. Jake's overpowering punch had not failed him, and the 4-inch deep imprint of his fist was still disfiguring his face, depriving him of his nose and mouth. Even his vision was slightly impaired because of his swollen flesh and broken facial bones. However, he was very much alive and no longer in mortal danger. When he looked around at the people present to find the culprit, goosebumps ran through the hair of the female slaves present, including Maeve. At that moment, all of them bowed low, none of them having the impudence to meet his gaze. Staring at the floor in front of her, while trying to suppress her fear, Maeve saw the tyrant's humanoid shadow on the floor suddenly distort, almost doubling in size and widening noticeably at the belly and shoulder level, while a hoarse, sinister breath filled the room. An almost unbearable smell of carrion soon filled the room. Then she heard her master moving about, each of his steps shaking the floor and cracking the marble of the hall. She stiffened unwillingly as she felt him approaching, then relaxed with some shame as she heard him walk away. Conversely, the female slave who had become the lucky recipient of his attention soon let out a horrified high-pitched scream as a vermilion liquid spilled onto the floor, seeping into the cracks of every floor tile. Arf! Maeve and the others held their breath, not daring to move for fear of suffering the same fate. The sobs and cries of their comrade lasted only a few seconds before silence returned. After that, all they could hear were the sounds of chewing and crunching bones, the smell of blood and fresh guts adding to the already overwhelming smell of carrion. Another slave could not help but vomit in disgust as she realized the situation, and her impulse sealed her fate. A few seconds later, she too let out a shriek of terror and joined her colleague in the Nawai chief's stomach. At that very moment, Maeve began to seriously wonder if she had made the right choice by staying here, or if she should have run away when she had the chance. Then she remembered that as long as the slave contract existed, she would have no control over her existence anyway. When she felt Buzzcock's ragged, stinking breath coming at her, she closed her eyes to shut out reality, but then several shrill cackles erupted behind her. The rapidly approaching etheric signatures promptly collided with the creatures at the origin of these noises. A few explosions of lights, flashes of gunfire and clashes of blades sounded behind her, and the cackling stopped as one of the etheric signatures that had just fought them was eradicated. Buzzcock, who was about to devour her, suddenly changed his mind and retracted his clawed hand only a few inches from her throat. The next second, several evolvers broke inside the throne room with grave expressions on their faces. None of them commented on the gruesome scene nor the monstrous appearance of their leader, but they frowned. One of them, a Nawai almost as tall as Buzzcock with long fluorescent turquoise hair and a short beard, scowled disapprovingly. "While your brothers were dying, what were you doing?" "HMMPPH. I don't have to answer to you, Vamek." Buzzcock harumphed with disdain, almost making both Maeve's and the last slave's eardrums explode with a single snort. Of course, for these third or fourth ordeal players, it wasn't enough to intimidate them. The one called Vamek glanced at Maeve with relief, but he quickly hid his heart's fluctuations. Rank 2 to 5 digesters have begun to spawn in the Oracle playground. He reported accurately, choosing to postpone their argument. This Oracle city is connected to 36 other shelters through orange cubes, including ours. As expected, no Oracle Guardian or high rankers have intervened. "What about the yellow cube? Is it compromised?" Buzzcock asked coldly, finally showing his leadership abilities. "Not yet, but it will be soon," Vamek replied with concern. "Digesters are attracted to ether-rich sources, and the Oracle cubes are all powered by at least one ether core. The yellow cube is well protected, but the orange cubes have been taken over and will soon fall. Let's follow the plan in this case. Let's sell the mansion and our other estates, store everything we can carry in our faction storage, and tell the guys to get to the yellow cube for immediate evacuation. We'll meet you on Thelma for the rest of our operations." Agreed. Vamek and the other evolvers nodded. "But before that, I need you to do something for me, brother," Buzzcock added with a mocking smile filled with sadism. A few minutes earlier. "Jake, no? Please save Maeve." Kyle struggled, subconsciously neglecting his injuries. His jerky movements immediately made him wince in pain. The savior in question turned a deaf ear to his subordinate's lamentations. Instead, he rebuked him harshly. "If we want to save her, we'll have to save ourselves first. Look around you." It was only then that Kyle became aware of the terrified screams, the familiar shrill cackling, and the numerous explosions and gunshots ringing out. "What the hell is happening here? You finally notice?" Jake rolled his eyes in exasperation. All the more reason to go back and save Maeve. Kyle began to struggle again with a fanatical expression on his face. Seriously annoyed, Jake grabbed the bag of flour by the hair and threw it to the ground before mercilessly stomping on his broken knee, wiggling his foot to properly stimulate his nerves. A gritty sound resounded distinctly, giving a nearby evolver goosebumps. "And what are you going to do with all your broken bones and flayed skin?" Jake yelled in anger. "You haven't screwed up enough for today? You think I'll still be here to wipe your ass every time? Now shut up and think about your mistakes. If we can save your sister, we will." Like a spoiled child who had just been told no for the first time, Kyle opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, but no words came out of his mouth. In the end, his severe injuries and shame overcame his will as he passed out. With an unconscious sack of flour, the return journey proved to be much quicker. Jake briefly caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of Grash's fighting figure as he felled one flying digester after another, and he congratulated himself on not having any obligations here. The next thing he knew, he and Kyle were back at the tavern where Will, Svara, and the felines were waiting. None of them cracked a joke when they saw the Playboy's condition. For one thing, he was unconscious, and for another, they had already been briefed by Jake on the way. What do we do now? Mufasa growled as he scratched his claws against the wooden walls of the long-abandoned Melkri's bar. His claws were dripping with silver blood, as were the other felines. Obviously, they had already dealt with a few digesters while waiting for him here. Whether we want to save Maeve or escape from here, the plan is the same: to get to the yellow cube in the center of town. Svara explained chillingly. If Buzzcock isn't a fool, he'll have the same plan as us, and we should bump into him there again. Jake tried to locate Maeve with his bracelet, but as he feared, the shadow guide showed no reaction. The Oracle system had gone blind in its own home. Then, let's do that. Chapter 525 Trapped. It was hard for Jake to fathom how things could have gotten so out of hand so quickly. Just a few minutes earlier, the Oracle playground was peaceful and perfectly safe. There was something unsettling about the timing of these monsters. With the felines in tow, their group was one of the strongest around, and they easily made their way to the huge skyscraper in the center of the city where the yellow cube stood at the top. While at first the number and level of digesters spawning around them was not alarming, Jake and the others soon noticed that the frequency of their appearance was rapidly increasing. As they crossed another street, a shrill roar exploded from inside a store, and several customers fled screaming, followed by a deafening explosion. The flames quickly subsided, but the smoke billowed up to the sky. Inside, shrill cackles of rage and agony chilled their blood. "Serves you right, you piece of trash." A guy with a crew cut spat contemptuously as he played with the pin of a grenade in his hand. His two buddies with August rifles were at his side, ready to open fire at his signal. The guy with the pin was the one who had thrown the explosive. The next second, several large dog-sized creatures emerged from the rubble, their bodies covered in flames. Quadrupedal, with a long forked tail, scythe-like front legs, and a small head with long teeth mounted on a fragile neck. Although they were covered in burns and smelled like charcoal, their single silver bulging eye was still lucid and betrayed their identity as digesters. Rank 2? No, rank 1. The guy who threw the grenade gasped out in disbelief as he identified the mob of monsters. He couldn't believe he had just wasted a grenade on rank 1 vermin. In the outer shelter, these digesters would certainly have wreaked havoc, but in the Oracle playground, no matter how ferocious they were, they posed no threat in such small numbers. However, his joy was short-lived. The next moment, a thunderous roar erupted from inside the burning building, which completely blew out the flames and smoke, drowning the building. A rank 5. Jake noted immediately as he continued on his way. This human's fate was none of his concern. Ta-ta. After he left, a volley of heavy gunfire erupted from the building behind him, followed quickly by squeals of horror and agony. He didn't know if these humans had made it out. He could have stayed to save them, but he was acutely aware of the precariousness of their situation. If they lingered a second longer than necessary, they were at risk of letting Buzzcock and Maeve escape, or worse, getting stuck here if the yellow cube was compromised. While the chaos allowed them to avoid the attention of the digesters for the first half of the journey, they were eventually forced to join the fray as they neared their final destination. They were only a couple of 100 meters from the skyscraper, but the number of digesters had already reached a staggering number. They had long since noticed that being ignored by digesters had more than just to do with luck and the sacrifice of a few hapless people. The real reason was that the majority of the monsters were racing toward the same building as them like moths to a flame. Their powerful etheric signatures were obviously not enticing enough to divert them from their goal. Likewise, the number of digesters spawning in the city core was also considerably higher. By the time their group crossed the invisible 150-meter line, the density of creatures per square meter had become so great that each additional meter could only be gained at the cost of multiple severed heads and pierced hearts. The silver blood spilled over those few meters was enough to fill a small pool. Even luck was no longer enough to avoid a fight, and they were forced to put in the effort. Damn it! Where are all these creatures coming from? Will cursed as he stuck very close to his baby dragon. His Charizard and the other felines were covered in silver blood as if they had dipped in a tub of paint, and despite their innate talent for tearing apart their enemies, these predators couldn't stop a digester from slipping through the cracks every now and then, forcing him to get his hands dirty too. After creating his sub-faction, Will had quickly grown accustomed to his status as head of logistics, and his distaste for frontline combat had only intensified. Every time he found himself forced to fight in person, he couldn't help but feel a slight sense of dread. It wasn't the panic fear that most fearful refugees felt. After all, he had passed the psychological tests of his second ordeal. Rather, it was a deep conviction that this life was not for him and that he hated being in this position. As a tactician relying on his summons, having to fight in person was an admission of failure, and he felt like he no longer had control over his life. Fortunately, the Grade 2 ether encodings they had shared earlier had boosted his ether strength, agility, and constitution to 1,000 points, and with the Murtharian body passive, he was definitely not as weak as he thought he was. Those rank 1 and 2 digesters charging at him seemed to gallop in slow motion, and a simple flick of the wrist was enough to make their heads explode. It was exhilarating, but also terrifying. Svara, on the other hand, had no trouble protecting herself and seemed to enjoy the fight. Her physical strength had increased significantly since the third ordeal, and she could now summon up to 4 shadow wolves, which were twice as massive as before. As for Jake, he had long since gotten rid of Kyle, throwing the broken-boned cripple on Shere Khan's back to get his hands free. Digesters charging at him were stopped short by an invisible barrier, vaporized at once by a blast of scorching heat if they deigned to persist. Low-level magic like this could now be spammed at will without exhausting his mind. Only stronger digesters could force him to fight personally. Thanks to his vitality, the Playboy had passed the critical phase of his recovery, and his raw skin had begun to form scabs. He was now focusing his ether of vitality on his leg bones to restore his ability to move. In the end, it took them only 2 minutes to get through this sea of enemies, but this battle of attrition felt like hours. Other evolvers had the same intentions as them, and from the air they all looked like tiny ships tossed by the raging waves of a storm. Their presence drew some of the enemy horde, relieving somewhat the monster load concentrated on them. The most annoying thing was that they not only had to deal with the digesters on the ground, but also with all sorts of bird and avian-like digesters that swarmed in the skies and obstructed their vision. If Jake had been alone, he might have tried to fly to the top of the skyscraper, but most of the felines didn't have that ability. When they entered the transportation tower, the cacophony outside was substantially muffled, giving them a valuable respite, but the density and level of digesters per square meter increased drastically. There, all the digesters were at least rank 3, and rank 4s were not uncommon. Nevertheless, for Jake and his companions, rank 1 or rank 4 no longer made much difference, although they had to remain vigilant. The major difference was that they now had to focus hard. There was no more room for relaxation. With the elevators long since destroyed, their group was forced to make their way bloodily up the stairs for the first time, and it was nothing short of an ordeal. Their narrow, winding structure combined with the blood dripping from the digesters that turned the stairs into a slide made the climb even more nightmarish than it already was. Several times, Jake caught Svara and Will with his telekinesis to keep them from tumbling to the bottom. The felines were doing a little better with their claws, which they could dig into any rough spot to create a foothold. On the stairs, Jake came across another group of evolvers who were having an even harder time than they were. The alien at their head was a sort of bipedal pachyderm resembling what an elephant could have looked like if evolution had allowed them to dominate the planet and found a civilization. Wearing a colorful designer gown with lace and frills, he was not at all equipped to deal with such a scenario. Having to move his heavy body mass, he sweated profusely, but every digester approaching him was irreversibly turned into a block of ice. Despite his massive body, he was not a melee fighter by any means. Shackler, Buzzcock's competitor. Svara reminded him telepathically as she kept fighting. Jake nodded and continued to slaughter his enemies. Working together with other groups of evolvers, they managed to climb the tower to the top, and when they did, their hearts all sank. Buzzcock, Maeve and their group of followers and subordinates were already there, which should have delighted them. But at that very moment, none of them were in the mood to rejoice. For the yellow cube that was supposed to allow their extraction from this shithole was dim and crawling with thousands of centipede digesters on its surface. A short time later, the yellow cube's flickering ceased completely, and a deathly silence settled at the top of the platform. They were now trapped here,